Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs, and tech articles from riders with...
Bikereview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. Bikereview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. Bikereview.com.au.
Drag racing is not just about the horsepower. There is also some cool science at play right here on the racetrack. These drag strips aren't just regular concrete. We treat it with a special kind of glue often referred to as traction compound. I usually twist my foot and it's all... This is designed to ramp up the traction of the track's surface. It's getting worse by the minute for us racers to go straight and fast. In drag racing, every millisecond counts. That's why the teams adjust the car's setup to suit the track conditions. Teams can assess the traction on the track by using this interesting device called a traction meter gauge. The bottom of the device has a rubber pad that mimics a racing slick. To measure the track's grip value, the user stands on the base, ensuring the rubber pad bonds with the racing surface. Turning the torque arm on the top of the device will rotate the rubber pad. When the bond breaks, the user will see a number on the dial. Teams can then use this number to help create baselines for grip within their respective setup.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Shannon's is giving motoring enthusiasts the chance to win a trip to one of the world's greatest motoring events, the 2026 Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, one unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
I've chosen to use VP racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win.
Well, good evening everybody and welcome to tonight's Aeroflow Race for Real. It's Stewie the Pocket Rocket down here on the ground tonight. It's going to be a big, big night. If you weren't here last week, guys, tell you what, you want to get in touch with your mates to come out and race tonight because we've got $1,200 up for grabs for the Perfect Light jackpot for tonight. I'd like to welcome some of our sponsors as well that are here tonight. It's going to be a big, big night of racing. The Sydney Dragway A-Team, they are ready to rock and roll. We've got plenty of great races out the back. Of course, Darlin Racing are here tonight as well. They've come out in force once again, great supporters of Aeroflow Race for Real here at Sydney Dragway. We've got a couple of our regulars that have just pulled up into the burnout area. We've got the green Capri and this beautiful looking aqua-coloured Falcon, which is out here. And joining me in commentary tonight, it will be Mark Thomas and the voice of the New South Wales State Championship Series, Stephen Bush, will be here as well. Cannot wait to hear those two. I reckon they're pretty pumped. I reckon they're more pumped than me for tonight. It's going to be a big, big night. Great to see the A90 Supra back again tonight. We've got one half of the Vrilis brothers out here in the Rocket Lane. They raced on the weekend at round 3 of our New South Wales State Championship Series. Not exactly the round that they wanted, but that is racing. So just really working on their reaction times tonight. No 61 red. You want to polish up on that. And of course the white VF taking a little bit easy off the line, but he still goes on through. 11.05 at a 1.29 to a 14.87 at 94. So we've got another Falcon about to take on the R32 Skyline. Now, speaking about R32s, I have been told that Andrew Hawkins will be out here tonight in the noons. GDR, look forward to catching up with Andrew. Haven't seen him for a little while. I'll tell you, the Falcon got the jump on the reaction time, but can the GTR drive around him? No, unfortunately. 12.89 to a 12.78 as buzzer comes out now. The guys from Rotor Talk, little 12A in this car. Now, I spoke to the driver just before the event started, and interesting history about this car. It's originally from Japan. It went to America. Then it made its way over to Canada, and when it went to Canada, it became a circuit car. And then this gentleman has brought it over here to Australia. Unfortunately, he had a little bit of an issue with the car, and it actually burnt the back rotor. So he's had to replace one of the rotors in it, as well as fix a couple of pipes. But this is a regularly street-driven car, he tells me. And he's actually offered me to go for a ride in it, which would be pretty exciting, but it is a manual. Obviously getting it off the line is a bit more trickier than the auto, but the car next to him, no issues whatsoever. 13.23 at 107.6. As we got the Foz about to come out, the little Subaru Forester, and taking on the Holden Commodore. A good launch from both vehicles. The Commodore loaded it up off the start line. The Foz with four-wheel drive system was pretty much neck and neck with him, and it's got the win, a 14.91. Great run there from him. Next up, we got the Hustler, which is up. Got a passenger in the car tonight as well. Beautiful looking XD or XE Falcon. And taking on the more modern FG Falcon, which has got a set of Pro Street radials on the rear end of it. Well, just slightly loose in the rear end there from the Falcon at about 10 foot out. And 11.84 there for the FG in a 12.20. As next up, we got the Trackhawk back out tonight, otherwise known as Bad Hawk, and What Lag is here again tonight as well. Two great sounding V8 powered vehicles that we've got here tonight for Aeroflow Race for Real, because last week was our V8 theme night, and that was a huge night. We had exciting amount of cars, not as many V8s as I'd like, but plenty good mix of everything. As What Lag tries to get off the line, unfortunately just spun that left rear tyre just a little bit, but the Bad Hawk running on through. 11.05 for the 2 at 1.24 to an 11.38. There's got a pair of VF Commodores about to make their way out. So the GTS Commodore taking on the sports wagon. Well, it's great to see one of our regulars here tonight as well in the big Chrysler 300C. And Mrs. Fry is here tonight as well. I have just seen the Bushman make his way up into commentary, so I'm sure Steve's not too far away from getting mic'd up and ready to rock and roll. I'm not quite sure what's going on here with the VF Commodore, but looks like we're going to send the wagon out for a solo. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome to the microphone an absolute legend and a man that I love commentating with at all forms of drag racing. Would you welcome to the microphone Mr. Stephen Bush?
Thank you very much, Stuart. What a fantastic night here at Sydney Dragway. The weather is great for drag racing and still warm enough to be outside. And just joining me, walking into the commentary box at the moment, is Mark Thomas. I'll give him a moment to get himself sorted. And I'm looking forward to seeing some of those cars down in the staging lanes. We've got some of our regulars, but there's some cars down there that I haven't seen before. So definitely looking forward to that. There was an angry HZ, I think it was, Holden idling into the staging lanes when I walked through, supercharged one, so it's got a blower and it can't be half bad, can it, Mark?
Mate, absolutely, and I don't think it was a Dodge Charger that just rolled in, American, still left-hand drive, and as cranky as can be.
That's the only way to have them, isn't it?
It is, absolutely.
And then if that doesn't solve it, more horsepower. So yes, I hope everybody has a fantastic evening. Of course, we've got Adam down there on the roaming camera bringing some live shots up to our broadcast studio, and Ryan's pushing the buttons to switch between cams, and I'm sure we'll get Stewie out into the staging lanes a little bit later on to have a chat to some of our drivers. Had a quick chat to our head IHRA official here, who's here tonight. He did just ask me to put out a little bit of a statement, if you like. I'm not trying to get all hard and fast on what we're about, but one of the things he did mention was, can I please tell the drivers to make sure they keep their helmet on until they reach once they've gone around the top end of the racetrack. You can take your helmet off, but until then, please leave it on. There is no telling what could happen. You know, we have seen, you know, throttle stick open on cars and all that sort of thing. If you have removed your helmet, it's not going to help you sitting on the passenger seat. Actually, it's probably a hindrance, because if something does happen, chances are it's going to come and get you.
Yeah.
So
absolutely.
Please keep your helmet on until you turn around the bottom corner. Also keep your windows up as well was another one. And I guess the third is air conditioning. If you're running your air conditioner, please turn it off, because we do get the condensation on the racetrack, which is just more mopping for those on the start line, which then slows down the rhythm of the night as well.
Well, I've got a couple to throw in as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
right,
we're
tag team.
We're going to jump on our little soapbox. Let's do it next time.
Yeah.
So before you even get to the tunnel, make sure you've got sleeves down.
Yep. Helmet done up.
Helmet done up. Window wound up. If like you're in a race car, make sure like you got arm restraints or nets. Make sure that's all done. So when you get through, it is just going to be a straight process, straight out, and make sure your headlights are on.
Yes, of course we are running the winter months now, so the sun is definitely track lights, of course. And the place is pretty well lit up, but without your headlights on,
stage 2.
Correct.
Sorry, Stu.
No, you're right. You're right, Mark. It's good to hear you, mate.
Thanks, buddy.
Boys, that Mustang that just went down, it's actually here tonight doing some testing for Uniden. It's actually their Mustang, and they're actually filming all their runs and getting an idea on times and drag side of things for their test mule. So, great way to test out the vehicle here at Aeroflow Race for Real.
Wow. Cortina down in the rocket lane. Done the usual Cortina shuffle off the line, but got up and got into it. A 1.4 in the 60 and ran through for 12.4, but at 71 miles an hour. So
Yeah,
a real big back
definitely
down.
much left in there. Oh, well, let's hope we can see a little bit more of an indicative ET there.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we've got the blown HZ down in the Aeroflow lane, up against the VY Commodore in the rocket lane.
So this for the blown hold in the car. I did glance over, it was definitely supercharged.
Yeah, supercharged. A few hops out of it as it left the line. And goes through at 13.9 at 84 miles an hour. And 12.8 for the rocket lane. So nice looking HTHG over in the rocket lane.
Down there in the Aeroflow lane of Novella. Yes. It's Eden's car. Quite a lot. Sydney Dragway.
Definitely, yeah.
Ran two meetings last week, 3 meetings last week. This is the first time he's so far this week with a 1.52 reaction time. Tell you what, the car in the rocket lane keeping him honest. 10.24 with the 135 mile an hour for your Holden in the rocket lane there, Mark, and Eden just getting the win light there. So we know Eden's car is pretty quick.
Yeah, it is indeed. Really slow off the line. Very unusual for that car. It went out at a 1.960 foot.
Yeah, so we know for utility that the car, Eden's cars generally hooks up pretty well.
Yes.
And 60 foot's well. But I think where he gets his ET from is probably past the 60 feet, where he can get more of that horsepower to the ground, because doesn't have to wait for
Joe Cervello out in the Nissan. 8.7, 157 miles an hour to an 11.7, 122 miles an hour.
That's a little bit more like it, Mark. 2 V8 powered Tiranas.
Tirana just getting a little bit untidy off the line.
flushes the flame there for the car in the Aeroflow lane. Around about 1,000 feet. I'm wondering if that's where it got out of the throttle, perhaps, Mark. Only 120 mile an hour.
Yep.
And a 1093 for the Tirana in the rocket lane. 996 with a 136 miles per hour.
Yeah, miles an hour down for that pass. However, he backed out of that a little bit as well.
A track walker down there. Walkers, there's multiple in the rocket lane.
Got a really nice looking one tonner just down below it. You hear it just jamming away.
Yes.
And Brian in the VY Commodore. Big burnout from the one-tonner. To see if Brian's running the VY on nitrous tonight or not.
Well, he was out here at the round number 3 of the New South Wales Track Championship Series on the weekend. I think first pass he broke another drive shaft or CV or something. It was on the tyre mark was chattery, and then he stopped it back. Unfortunately, getting very accustomed to that sound of breaking something in the differential. But luckily, I guess that's the weak point. It's probably the easiest to get out of.
Yes.
Oh, a lot of smoke out of the tonner from about the 300-foot mark. Has got fairly a fair bit lighter as he made his way down the racetrack, but a 10.05 with a 6, 138 miles an hour.
And 10.9, 123 miles an hour for Brian, so definitely on the gas.
Yeah, nice clean pass for Brian there.
Yeah, a little bit weird how that one tonner, it just off the line through the 60 and then just started to smoke and then it backed off.
I was going to say, it looked like tyre rub or something like that, but normally that wouldn't go away as you get speed, and that's what it's rubbing. Cut a hole in the tyre. But if that's the case, you blow the tyre and probably even more. But it was interesting. It's coming out of the left-hand side.
Bad 60 foot, 1.6.
That's probably a fairly heavy car making its way down the racetrack there. It'll be at least the two-ton mark, I dare say. 11.11 with a 5, 123 mile an hour.
Wow. Okay.
So unassuming too. We didn't even hear the exhaust until it took off.
And then we moved into our bikes.
They're rolling up to the start line. Of course, our reaction time jackpot, I think, should be, yes, $1,200.
Excellent.
Just making sure before I said it, because we were 900 last week and it didn't go off. 084 on the tree for the rider in the rocket lane, and a 1088 with a 0, 127 miles an hour.
And 11.1, 125 miles an hour for Aeroflow lane.
Our next pair of bikes going into full stage, because that's bringing on the second pair of white lights when we're in full stage. The first is pre-staged. Once you roll forward in pre-stage, that second white light will come on. Once the competitor is in there, that will tell the starter you're ready to go, and the tree will be activated. 11.79 with a 7, 120 miles an hour in the Aeroflow lane there. Start, we have a regular racer in Michael Richards on screen now on the trusty GSXR 750. One of his motorcycles.
One of many.
See that arm right up in the air. He tucks the arm down on the two-step on the launch. 050 to an 055, so 5 thousandths of a second between these two riders on the start line. Michael will get through to the finish line first, 996 with a 2, 135 miles an hour.
And 11.6 at 108 miles an hour for the rocket lane.
Back into our cars.
Well, guys, if you just joined us, our perfect reaction time competition tonight, the first person to do a 000 is winning $1,200. However, that event, that side of it, is only running from 6 p.m. till 9 p.m. So at 9 p.m, that has finished. So if someone doesn't crack a 000 by 9, I've been told that's when we run the competition. Then we're switching to Pro Tree. And the person who gets the quickest reaction time on a Pro Tree will be winning a free ticket into next week's Aeroflow Race for Real. So to all the racers that are here tonight, guys, you don't want to miss out on that. But I'll tell you what, get your eyes on the prize, guys, because $1,200, they can go a long way. Speaking about going a long way, g'day Ross, how are you, mate?
Yeah, good, man.
What's happening, mate? You've done some more work to the Falcon?
Yeah, we changed diff gears and we run better on the weekend, so, you know, we'll give it a hit tonight and see what happens.
Well, I'd say this cool weather is probably a welcome change for a lot of racers that are here tonight. You find your car excels in these conditions, or it's not too bad?
Oh, it's pretty good because it's naturally aspirated. You know, good air's good for me. So yeah, it seems to make a bit more horsepower. So.
That's good, mate. Now, tell me, has the car have you weighed it out? Has it all been set up, like shocks and everything as well?
Yeah, I spent a day at Johnny's just scaling it, done all the rear suspension, so it leaves pretty good now. So on the weekend it was doing like high 1.3s, 60 foot, so it's leaving pretty good.
Mate, Ross, I can't wait to see you out there, mate. It's great to see you back here tonight for Aeroflow Race for Real, mate. You've always been a great supporter of our event. It's always good to see a new car here as well. And speaking about great cars, guys, we've got a massive, great mix of cars that are here tonight. And, you know, last week I thought was awesome with the range of vehicles that we had. But tonight, I'll tell you what, we haven't got as many cars at the moment. But what we do have is absolute quality. Now, I'm just trying to find the owner of this Mustang, which I have found. And, of course, the guys from Uniden, they are doing a little bit of testing with this new Mustang. One of the new model ones. Looks pretty trick, I've got to say. But might just have a quick word with the boys. How we going, guys? I'm Stewie, mate. First of all, guys, welcome to Aeroflow Race for Real.
Thanks, mate.
Tell me a little bit about the Mustang, please.
The best thing about this Mustang is that it doesn't belong to me. Look, I've got this here on behalf of Ford Australia, mate. So this is a 25 S650 Mustang GT V8 with the 10-speed auto.
And I hear that it's doing some testing tonight.
Yep. So we're out here doing some filming for Uniden, actually, funnily enough. And Ford have been kind enough to give us a car to do some testing. So we're demonstrating how you can use a dash cam to document your motorsport activity.
Well, that's a great way to do it, isn't it? I mean, it's not just about, you know, what happens on the road. I guess if you could implement it into any form of racing, it's going to benefit the owner, the driver, and the manufacturer.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, you know, you think about dash cams and they're good when you need to prove your case in insurance, or, you know, these ones will turn on if someone bumps into the car and things like that. So that's all pretty vanilla stuff, but I reckon they're pretty cool to document, you know, the fun stuff like what we're all doing here tonight.
Well, it's fantastic to have you here as part of Aeroflow Race for Real, and we cannot wait to see the new Mustang back out.
Thanks, buddy. Thank you. Appreciate it.
There we are, Mark and Steve. How good is that? Ford Australia bringing out a car, and Uniden with their dash cam doing a bit of work out here at Aeroflow Race for Real.
I wonder if they measured the tyres when they gave it to him, or looked at how much rubber was under the back wheel arch. Because I dare say, if I know Mark's a Holden man, so he would have loved to have handed it back with full tyres. It's fantastic to have Ford Australia on board, and of course Uniden coming out to Sydney Dragway to show off their product and do some testing. It's great that they've chosen us to as a venue to do that.
Just a little bit of a quick mop up down on the Aeroflow lane.
Meanwhile, on the start line, we've got Christopher Farulis down there in the FG Falcon. He's another one of these racers that has done a number of race meetings in the last 7 days.
Is that the Kia in the rocket lane?
Help us out, Adam. Turn to the right, Adam. He wasn't listening. No. Barillas away with an 0.44. Just under 2.3 seconds to the 60.
Rocket Lane chased him down, but just run out of road.
Yeah, well, much quicker ET, 14.18 with a 1 there for the car in the Rocket Lane.
That's if they implement. They're doing that Mustang series now, apparently.
Next up, we've got the R32 Skyline down there in the Aeroflow Race. Falcon, I think it is, in the Rocket Lane. And a 13.23 with an 8, 114 miles an hour.
And 12.9, 107 miles an hour for the Rocket Lane. We've got the Commodore down in the Aeroflow Lane up against the Subaru.
Ooh, 074 red on the start line for the Commodore in the Aeroflow Lane.
Definitely trying.
Yeah, left fractionally too soon. And a 13.18 with a 7, 109 miles an hour.
And 14.8 at 92 miles an hour. Got the R100 down in the Aeroflow Lane.
Yeah, it's a bubble arched R100. It's got the big flares on it.
He's up against the VY Commodore.
Would you call it bubble arch? That's what they call the escorts when they put the big guards on like that, yeah.
What bubble?
Like a forest arch, yeah.
That's not even wide body, it is the bubble arch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, any extension to a R100 would be wide body because
Yeah,
it's so small.
Yeah, absolutely.
But, 14.13 with a 5, 97 mile an hour. Thank you very much.
And 16.1, 85 miles an hour.
Purple roaming should be a pretty good.
$11.9, 123 miles an hour for the Aeroflow Lane and 15.8 for the Rocket Lane.
Now we've got the pair of BMWs down there on the start line. Silver one away nicely with a 160 light. Just under 2 seconds to the 60 foot, but certainly marching on at the top end of the racetrack. 12.47 with a 0, 111 mile an hour.
And 13.0, 111 for the Rocket Lane.
A little bit of fluid out of the car that was in the Rocket Lane. Just wondering what that is there.
Use your knees, Kel. Use your knees.
I think it might be a little bit of coolant, but it doesn't seem to stretch too far, which is good. Because we all know what happens when it does.
Yes. Yes, indeed. It doesn't mix.
No. Any sort of fluid and drag racing doesn't mix, unfortunately.
Yep. But we're not bringing out...
No, there's the wave.
Yep. So
next pair,
burning it off.
next pair going through their burnout procedure.
So we've got the VY Commodore and Beamer.
Yep, little BMW hatch down there. quite like these little BMW hatches. They're super quick for what they are with not too much tuning to them, and of course they're rear-wheel drive as well, which certainly helps in motor racing. I'll put it that way, either all-wheel drive or rear-wheel drive for me. But
looks like it's just rolled and broke the beam. Early. Yeah, both brands like same as Mercedes. Yeah, like the little B class.
Yes,
they're a great little car. And, they get going.
And they're not rear-wheel drive though, are they? They're hatches. I don't know.
I can't tell you. I've actually driven one.
You obviously didn't do a burnout, did you?
No. I don't do that stuff.
No.
But yeah, as soon as I clicked it into sports mode, wow.
Came alive?
Yeah. It's down in Tasmania, so it's nice roads down there.
Well, you know what? The sports mode's just page up here.
Yeah.
Just not as many page up.
No, that's right. Not enough.
All right, the Golf VW Passat, I think it is, in the Aeroflow lane, leaving the start line, taking on the SUV. 015 red for the SUV. I think that's as close to perfect as I've seen, but of course to win that $1,200 you have to do it before 9 p.m. and it has to be 000.
Yep. The Falcon up against the Commodore.
Falcon definitely no stranger in the burnout there.
No.
Here the rev limiter bashing away. The smoke still lingering out from underneath the car. The Commodore definitely had a respray recently.
Yeah, it's definitely not a factory colour.
No. Wheels on it too, Mark.
Yep. Holding the Falcon out well and truly. 11.6, 121 miles an hour.
Yeah, got the jump on the start line, but also built a lead out from that. 12.20 for the Falcon that was in the Aeroflow lane there.
We've got the Battle of the Wagons.
Is that him?
Good plate on the Commodore. And up stand, they can't see the mate. What lag?
Yeah, I got it.
So does that mean wow, look at that speed, 135 miles an hour. It was a little bit slow out of the hole, but 11.12 with a 135 mile an hour.
Yeah, yep. For 160 foot, so really did get off the line well.
But didn't seem like it spun the wheel. It just didn't launch that as well as that horsepower potentially would allow. But there's nothing wrong with that. I guess it's increasing the mileage on those rear axles probably more than likely, and the rest of the drivetrain.
Yes.
Old utility going through the burnout procedure in the Aeroflow lane. Taking on the wagon in the rocket. We had some cracker cars here at the Sunday Sessions street meet we had on Sunday, Mark. There must have been a couple of street machine style clubs here, because if you love Top Tiranas and Falcons and like 60s and 70s model cars, they were everywhere. There was a couple of hot rods as well, which was cool for me. Yeah, and then of course we did more late model stuff as well. So it was really quite a good mix. Had an unfortunate incident with one of the cars, but other than that, it wasn't too bad. I think most of the cars that I saw were you know, 5, 6, 7 runs. And I'd like to think that most people went away satisfied with the times that they were running, and yeah, it was really nice weather as well.
Tirana down in the rocket lane up against the SUV over the Aeroflow lane.
Spagnol. Christian name from Saturday.
Good reaction time from the SUV, 1.6. 10.9, 109 miles an hour, 11.0 for the SUV.
Such a sleeper, eh? Like there was a electric car out here the other day that went 11.2, I think it was, at like 123.
Yep.
Nice little Cortina down there on the start line now. Got a tall tyre under the back of it. .69 to the 60.
Sounds nice and crisp top end.
Did move around. 210, 98 with an 8, 125 mile an hour.
And 12.2, 114 miles an hour for the Rocket. The Falcon down the Aeroflow line. Oh, is it? Oh, you'll
I cheat.
Yeah.
When I can, when Adam's looking at the right car, I can cheat. Sorry, ladies. The night vision's not that awesome. Oh, lots of smoke out of the Monaro, and a little bit of fume out of the Falcon as well, just quietly.
11.3, 122 from the Falcon, and 14.3 at 116 from the Commodore.
Monaro driver, they're doing the right thing, realising the car had spun the wheels and just pedal the throttle.
Yep.
There's no need to stay in the throttle because, as we see time and time again, cars are generally attracted to the concrete wall once you reach a certain speed.
Yeah, you just ease out of it and just wait till it bites.
Yep.
And start bringing it back on again. Lexus down in the rocket lane.
Just looking at these horsepower arrangement on the Lexus, something a little bit different. They're not all across the back, they're actually stacked. 2 sets of stacks. Looks like the car in the Aeroflow lane is going to take the win here, Mark. 13.15 with a 0.110 mile an hour.
And 13.6, 108 miles an hour to the rocket lane. Well, there's the Chrysler.
You saw one, didn't you?
Yeah, it's one there somewhere. You could hear it.
Yeah, I was just having a quick word to the driver of the big Chrysler 300C. And a little bit of an issue with the car, Mark and Steve. Obviously just trying to get a little bit more heat into those rear tyres in the burnout. The problem is that the car, once it shifts, even in manual mode, once you get up to about red line, it wants to shift up into third gear, and it's a bit hard to keep that car in its second gear. Just get that extra second or two wheel spin in the burnout to get a little bit more heat into those rear tyres.
I wonder if that's a safety device delete. What you need to do for that.
Yeah.
If possible. Nice looking Falcon down there on screen at the moment. Got all the body kit on. Don't mind the sky blue on that, actually doesn't look too bad.
Looks good, huh? It's got the gear trim in it too, with the headrest in the back.
Just with those flares, you can fit a much bigger tyre. Car on the rocket lane with a better reaction time on this pass, but the Falcon definitely with the performance advantage. Get there first, 14.73 with an 8. Only 63 mile an hour across the top end.
And 15.7 and 97 miles an hour for the rocket lane.
Another Cortina. a bunch of them here tonight.
Wow.
Yeah.
Didn't think there was that many of them left.
I don't think any of them are running at the standard four-cylinder or the six-cylinder motor. Definitely at least two or something. This one working nicely. 146 to the 60. Run on through for 10-1, 133 miles an hour.
Wow. 11.8, 115 miles an hour. Now that thing's even went good with the 250 in it.
Yes. Yeah, they didn't go too bad with the 600. One of my friends from high school, he had one with the 250. I think it was, I can't remember if it was a crossflow head or not, but he bought it off somebody and it had a whole heap of head work. You could roll a 50-cent piece through the wall.
Yeah, okay.
So yeah, back in the days when we raced across the road, I think he ran like 14-1 or something, which back then was pretty decent. Like it was not EFI or anything; it was just two sucked through carbon. But that was his issue: couldn't get enough fuel into it. But yeah, definitely a fun car on the street.
Another Cortina.
This is the one I was looking at on the weekend. I tried is the number plate. Have a look at it. Adam's got it on screen. What an amazing looking car. It's got the beat locks on it. The big front runners. The digital dash in there of some form, I think. Or
Up against the HG. It's no slouch either, so this would be a good pass.
We've already seen the HG. Oh, we've seen both cars tonight. Yep. The Cortina, I think, unrepresentative at only 65 mile an hour, where the HG went 10.24. Oh, big wheels for the HG and lifting that left front. However, the Cortina out in front at the moment and got past somewhere between half track and 1,000, but I dare say probably out of the throttle. 10.28 with a 5, only 96 mile an hour, but the HG 9.91.
Yes, each pass going quicker and quicker.
And there's still a fair bit in that there, because I reckon he would have lost a bit of ET with the launch and the way that it moved over off the start line.
Yep.
Next up we have Joe Sorbello down there on the start line, taking on his old sparring partner Ross Bilby in the Falcon. These two raced each other at Castilian times here at Sydney Dragway. Ross's car leading very nicely, 009 on the tree. Our best so far that I've seen. Joe with the performance though, 917 with a 0, 141 miles an hour.
Oh, 97, 137 for Ross. That's 60, absolutely sensational. So the work they've done on the suspension and setting that rear end up has worked really, really well.
Just goes to show sometimes when you put that, go to that extra mile to make sure that the car's right in either chassis or performance in terms of the dyno tuning and all that sort of thing, how much quicker the results can come to. I remember back in the day there was a super sedan racer that I knew, and he struggled with his car to get it to run consistently. Spent a day on the dyno with a pretty sure we had a carbine, a supercharged blown ring. Pretty sure it was carbine, and it's just one of those things. He took it to the dyno tuner, spent the day on the rollers, brought it out, and it was a completely different car. It ran smooth, it 60-footed a lot, all the way through the Revel range, and he picked up a bunch of time as well, and never looked back from that point forward. So just one of those things where Chris sat and struggled, tuning it run by run.
It's I always believe in, like you get the guys that really know what they're talking about.
Yep.
To help you set the car up, get the tune right, and from there you've got the best base.
Correct. My cost is more up.
Yes.
Lone Tirana chasing down Eden Abella now, all out of the throttle before half track. Eden on a straight pass there, runs 10.50. So only just slower than his previous pass, 147 mile an hour. And the Tirana there moving over towards the wall.
Yeah, just
sounded
off it real early.
It sounded really strong from where we were.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of fluid left on the start line. But it looks like that's being taken care of with some mops down there.
Okay, we've just had all the track crew just go out and have a bit of a look. Everything looks fine. Car's still under its own power, so...
What do you got down there, Stu?
Yeah, boys, by the look of it, we've got a few drops of oil that have popped out of that LS-powered Tirana. So it's gone just past the start line. I don't know how far down it's gone.
Because the only thing with that is it's quite hard to spot if it's a 2-minute drop.
Yep.
We don't want a full oil down, of course, to follow the trail. That's not good either.
No.
But I'll leave it to the Sydney Dragway track crew to what they want to do the best way to clean that up. And while we're doing that, Mark, we might just throw to a couple of quick words from some of our sponsorship partners here at Sydney Dragway. Mark, Stu and I will be back with you very, very shortly. Stay tuned.
As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Drag racing is not just about the horsepower. There is also some cool science at play right here on the racetrack. These drag strips aren't just regular concrete. We treat it with a special kind of glue often referred to as traction compound. I usually twist my foot and it's This is designed to ramp up the traction of the track's surface. It's getting worse by the minute for us racers to go straight and fast. In drag racing, every millisecond counts. That's why the teams adjust the car's setup to suit the track conditions. Teams can assess the traction on the track by using this interesting device called a traction meter gauge. The bottom of the device has a rubber pad that mimics a racing slick. To measure the track's grip value, the user stands on the base, ensuring the rubber pad bonds with the racing surface. Turning the torque arm on the top of the device will rotate the rubber pad. When the bond breaks, the user will see a number on the dial. Teams can then use this number to help create baselines for grip within their respective setup.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the
was it was a dry track. As soon as it went wet, obviously that was game over for anything other than Skylines, because they could do 4 more laps on slick tyres. And you got to remember back then making somewhere around 600 odd horsepower.
Guys, I think we've just got a couple of stray kangaroos up on top of the hill up there, so we just got one of the track crew up there, just moving them along. (11.2), 122 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane. Just transferring back to motorbikes. Well, Stu, if you're out there, I'll get you to go and have a word with the guy in that Sierra. And I know you spoke to him before. Just get a bit more of a rundown on what he's done. I know he was going to do some changes to the car. And what the running gear is in it.
Yeah, definitely, because I don't think he's run 9.1s before off the top of my head, but it's certainly something cool, a little bit different.
Yes.
Certainly not going to see many Sierras as drag cars here in Australia. downside to them here is the cost of the parts.
Yeah.
Like Porsches and Ferraris, you've got that name, unfortunately. And everything. The worst bit is everything's in the UK dollar, most of it anyway. So yeah, what costs your dollar here is $2.40 or $2.50.
Yeah, well, it's not the euro, it's a pound, isn't it? So and both of them are expensive.
And then the shipping on top of that.
Yeah.
I know when I had my Cosworth Escort, the shipping on any of the parts that I bought, in some cases, was dearer than the Don't miss that. 05-7 on the tree for Michael Richards on this round. There'll be some times which I don't solve as much as I know that I probably would have done much with it. 991 with a 135 mile an hour for Richards there.
And 9.7, 142 miles an hour for the Rocket Lane.
So, Steve, I think I may have found a car that is your style, mate.
Yes.
Down here in the pit, in staging lanes. It's a very nice looking blue Lexus from a bit of bodywork done it by Yakuza Motorsports.
Yes.
Mate, this thing looks sick. Like, the interior is just beautiful. The body kit they've got on it, it's not over the top, but it's still in your face. And I'll tell you what, I'd be very proud to own this car. Of course, the Hustler number plate's on it. But we know the guys from Yakuza Motorsports, they always turn out some fantastic looking vehicles. And it's an absolute credit to the owner of this Lexus that is down here in the staging lanes.
Ryan's just trying to find you on the staging cam. Whereabouts are you?
Yeah. I'm in lane 4.
Yep.
About the third car back.
Oh, right, so right up the front. We're looking further down.
Just-
The blue one, right.
Just put your hand
Yeah,
up,
yeah.
jump up and down, we can't see you.
I thought you could see me by my hair. I had my flat top cut just for you, Mark, so you could see me. I even gelled it up for you, mate, so you'd be able to see me.
Thanks, buddy.
No worries. I'll tell you what, boys, just having a talk to a few of the drivers down here in the staging lanes, particularly in the quicker lanes. There's a bit of head scratching going on. There's a lot of guys that, being the change in temperature as well that we've got down here, it's not cold, but there is a bit of a breeze. And a lot of guys are just getting their head around this first 60 to 330 foot of the racetrack. There's a couple of cars that, they're wondering if they got too much tyre pressure. Do they not have enough tyre pressure? In the case of Eden, do I need to click the turbo down a little bit just not to give it as much boost off the start line? So it's great when you're here at the track and you get to see that type of thing, because it's just like a proper race meeting. These guys are really just trying to get their head around what the car wants, and improve to drive it, because obviously we know that the 60 is ultra important in drag racing. And it's great that these drivers, and even at the lower end of Aeroflow Race for real as well, and I mean that nicely, it's not being rude and disrespectful by any stretch of the imagination, but everyone's just trying to get a feel and a read on the track tonight and the conditions.
Stewie, one word. No, actually 2 words. No prep. Those guys are getting them down the track. Turn it up and shoot it.
Yeah, well, I totally agree with you on that one. I'll tell you what, Mark, just while we're down here, I've got Aiden here from Dialed In Racing. Mate, 10-7, straight off the trailer, and obviously Sunday street meet. The VH, it's going gangbusters at the moment.
It's starting to break in nicely. It's hopefully eventually get down to the mid-10s. Probably tweak the suspension just that little bit because it's still got standard suspension at the moment. But yeah, 10-7 straight off the trailer. I'm happy with that.
And for those people at home who have probably never seen the car before, tell them a little bit about it.
It was a Facebook marketplace find. The roll cage in the car is probably a lot more expensive than the actual car itself. But yeah, just looking for something to get me into racing competitively. So we just found this. It was real cheap. We had an LS laying around, slapped it in there, fueled it with 85, and now I'm here.
And this car's been built for a radial tyre or a small slick?
It's on a small slick at the moment.
Well, mate, it's great to have you here. And as I said, 10-7 straight off the bat. That's excellent. And, mate, she's only going to get quicker.
She will get a lot quicker, I promise.
Great to have you here, Aiden. Dialed In Racing, of course, Sammy Jo's here tonight. She's actually stolen Brian's car, and she's already done a PB in the car, Mark, so I hope Brian's not watching the live stream. Actually, I've got Sammy Jo just here, actually. She's got a massive grin on her face, so I think we know what's coming. Sammy, how are you?
Not bad, Stewie. How are you?
Mate, I'm fantastic. Have you got your fingers? Just come this way. We've got an old man in a black car. You never know if he's going to run over somebody. You've borrowed the car tonight, and I say that term very, very loosely because obviously Brian's your partner. What's the big difference between driving this compared to your car? Obviously your car's a little bit newer, bigger motor, but this is smaller with nitrous.
Yeah, it's actually really different. Obviously, the VE's got fly-by-wire on the pedal, so the pedal's completely different because it's a cable throttle. So that's obviously a big difference trying to stage the car. I have trans brake. This is foot brake. So just trying to get the feet organised and make sure I'm settled before I go. And obviously that 150 shot of nitrous is obviously the old slaggy VE. So, no, obviously I've PB'd, which is nice. Got my first 10-second pass. And I'm really sorry, Brian. I know you're watching. You're away for work. And I got a 10.93. So that's the fastest the car's gone. So very happy.
Let's put your hands together for Sammy Jo. Oh, I can't wait to see Brian.
Yeah, he already rung and he said, I am taking the keys off you and you're not allowed to drive it again.
Oh, that's a little bit nasty, isn't it, Mark?
Yeah, mate. It's all right, Brian. I think that gives you permission to be the first to run a 9 in it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, see? Problem solved.
Just go and get a bigger bottle of nitrous.
Yes.
Put a bit more into it.
Correct. What do you reckon you need? Another 3, 4, 5, 400?
Yeah, I'm not sure with nitrous.
Just keep adding it until you get there, mate.
Well,
it's either going to work or it's not.
You keep adding until it melts down, then you go backwards.
Correct.
Okay.
Hey, Steve, we've got Brendan Stapleton down here as well. He's brought the Nissan out tonight for a bit of fun. Fancy seeing you here.
Yeah, man. How are you?
I'm good, mate. What's going on?
Oh, too much, man. Too much.
You've been playing around with this?
Yeah, it's the first time bringing it after it, shitting itself last time, so.
Fair enough, but it is a Nissan. I shouldn't say that because Hawko's coming tonight, so I can't be bagging out the Nissans tonight, Steve and Mark, so I do have to hold my tongue.
Our next pair of cars about to cross the finish line. 12.09 with a 1 will take it at 112 mile an hour by around about a 1/10 of a second. And 11.48 with a 2, 126 miles an hour in the rocket lane there.
Now, guys, of course, coming up very next month, our next theme night will be our 4x4 diesel night, which is going to be massive. Of course, we know every year the 4x4 community come out in their droves and support Aeroflow Race for real. And you don't want to miss out on that event. We want to make it a big one, guys. Of course, one year we were oversubscribed and we ended up having to make the Wednesday after another diesel night as well because we just physically couldn't fit everybody in. So if you've got any mates that own a 4x4 workshop, they deal with 4x4 products, get them to get in touch with Darian here at Sydney Dragway. And you never know, we might be able to get a little trade stand set up and make people aware of your business. And it's a good way to promote your business because, as most people are aware, we do live stream this event and it also goes all over the world. And Mark, Steve and I, we have no issue in helping to get people to know about your business. So feel free to email the track about your business. And if you're here as part of any of our theme nights or any of our Aeroflow Race for Real events for that matter, Steve, Mark and I are very happy to read out a blog or a little 30-second ad to help your business.
If you really want to promote your business, have a talk to the track. There's plenty of walls still vacant. We can put your signs up there for you.
Exactly right, Mark. Of course, Darian, always happy to have a chat about opportunities to partner with Sydney Dragway. Might even come on board as a naming rights sponsor for the diesel theme nights, of course.
Absolutely.
Now, of course, most of our cars typically running a petrol-based fuel, but there are, of course, more and more cars now running diesel fuel, and of course, a lot of our four-wheel drives and more like transport / trucks run diesel, but we do know you can make massive horsepower with a diesel engine. It's just a matter of developing a system that works for that particular engine and building the parts to do so. And I think that's probably the hardest part, is to buy the performance bits for it. Are often very expensive, but we have seen a number of pretty cool four-wheel drives here doing all sorts of things. I know there's a early model Patrol that carries the front wheel pretty much from the start line to the finish line, because it just twists right up on the chassis and just hangs it there as far as the driver is in the power plane, in the throttle. Another good run there for these two competitors. 13.34 with a 107 mile an hour in the rocket lane.
And 13.0, 105 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane.
Now, speaking about diesels, it's a good segue. We've got a Ford Ranger down here with the number plates 13 seconds. So let's see if he can back up what the number plates say. He's taking on the Forester, which has been doing very, very well on every run it's been out. Just to all our competitors out the back, guys, just please make sure that your air conditioning or your climate control is off in your car, please, guys. Obviously, we're just going to hold up our next lot of races just while we mop up this little bit of water that's come out of the back of the Raptor or the Ranger. So just to all the races, guys, please double check that your air conditioning is off.
It's not water stew, it's sweat. It's just run 13 nines as per the number plate. But yes, in all seriousness, please keep your air conditioner turned off. And of course, reiterating our messages from before. Helmet stays on until you're on the return road. Windows up until you're on the return road. Make sure you're ready to do your run with your sleeves rolled down and your helmet done up, because obviously the helmet's going to do you no good if it's not done up.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Now, Mark, I forgot to give Darian the memo about a prize for the best looking Mazda tonight. All right, I'm being biased. But yeah, we got Buzzer down here now. This car, left-hand drive, Mark. 12A, naturally aspirated. And interesting, Mark, I was talking to him before, and he's actually asked me if I would like to go for a cruise with him, which I thought was very nice. They're the guys from Rotor Talk.
Yeah, that'd be good.
But I said to him, you don't see a lot of left-hand drive Mazdas, and it's great that this car, Mark, is a former race car. It had the wide-body kit put on it, and it's made it when it was in Canada. And then the car came over here. It is still a manual. But a little bit of issue getting it off the line. Obviously, standard road tyres on that car. But what a mix of vehicles we've got tonight. We've got BMW. There's got a bit of Euros. Of course, it wouldn't be a Euro night, which is coming up too here at Sydney Dragway. I know that Adam's pretty pumped for that one.
It's certainly one of the events that is building and building.
Yes.
The longer the lead up to it. So I know Adam is very excited about the things that are unfolding. Almost each time I see him, he telling me of new developments happening. So new people wanting to come on board with the event. So fingers crossed that the weather gods are kinder this time around, and we get it run and done for him. Of course, everybody involved.
Yeah, we get as many people out there as we can, and you may see it every year from then on.
Yes.
Twice a year. Wow.
He hasn't run one yet. He's talking twice.
Yeah.
But no, I'm hopeful that the format will work.
But we'll ask him that same question when it's over and done with.
Well, the number plates say bye-bye on the Nissan, and a 12.10 out of the 33. As we got a Nissan-powered VL on its way out, sounding like a little jet plane.
Sure did, Stu, as you turn your microphone on there. Manually shifted. The car in the Aeroflow lane out in front at the moment. Not too bad at the finish line, but a lot of smoke out of the VL.
Big puff of smoke when he got off it. 13.0.109.
Cool.
It's wise that our finish line crew jumped the fence and check that out, Mark, because it was quite substantial, and it does sort of have a little bit of a blue tinge to it, if I am not mistaken from here.
Yeah, indeed. Have you watched much of, I'm not sure if it was Nugget or Nugent, up in Queensland, the cars he builds up there? So he's just built a Corolla panel van.
Yes.
With a 2J.
Yes.
And some of the dyno figures, I think it was 1680.
Is that the little square
Yes.
panel van? Yeah, I think it's run here at Sydney Dragway, if it's the car I'm thinking.
Yep.
Yes. I think it's run into the
White
7s.
matte.
Yeah, like a matte white or a little
Yes.
bit like grey. Yeah, certainly a pretty cool jigger. It has run here, I think, twice to come down for one of the bigger events. But there's some pretty cool stuff being built all around the country from people that just want to do something a little bit different.
Yeah.
Of course, Sydney Dragway, the venue for all sorts of types of events. It's not just about drag racing here. We will be having our Good Friday burnouts as of the 18th of April, which of course is only a few days away for those that like destroying a set of tyres and going round in circles with lots of smoke, lots of RPM, and of course the crowds get right behind our burnout drivers, and of course that is Good Friday burnouts, the 18th of April. Following that, we will be having a Sydney Dragway test and tune on the 26th of April. That is open to all teched cars, of course, and of course then we lead on into the jewel in the crown for Sydney Dragway in terms of drag racing events, and that is of course the 2025 Gulf Western Oils Nitro Champs here, May 2nd to the 4th. Go online, grab your tickets. It's going to be an absolute cracker. All of our Group 1 competitors have been on song in recent race meetings, and of course I'm desperately wanting to see if we can better that 368 that was run a couple of weeks ago down in the Bend in South Australia from Rapazada Auto Sports Car. But of course, Nitro Champs, Nitro Funny Car, Nitro Bike, Pro Stock Bike, Alcohol, Pro Mod, and of course all of our other professional categories. So looking to be an absolute cracker of an event here at Sydney Dragway.
We've got the Falcon station wagon, and it's up against the Nissan 200.
Well, I'll tell you what, Mark, just that run before, we just had a Great Wall Motors Havel GT. It's a plug-in hybrid, 1283 out of that car. Not a bad run from it. I didn't expect it to go sub-13s. We've just had a fair bit of liquid that has just come out of a little KU Corolla. It's got the SR20 in it, boys, but there's a... Yeah, it looks like we've got a bit of fuel that has come out of the car. So unfortunately, that car will have to be sent back to the pits and rechecked. So we'll let the Mazda RX-8 go on a solo.
I'll tell you what, Stu, that's a really nice looking Corolla.
Yeah, KE55, I think it is. I quite like the blue. It looks great under lights.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Really suits it.
Both my brothers had one of them as their first car.
Okay.
My twin had a wagon, which we put a CA18 in eventually.
Yep.
And my twin brother had the coupe.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, my younger brother had the coupe.
Yep.
Yeah, so very accustomed to the little 1300 power plant. Great little car to thrash around in. And I'm sure that they both wish that they still owned them because they're worth quite a bit of money now, both those cars.
I had one in a wagon.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, and it just went and went and went and went. It was a great car. Curtains.
Speaking of wagons, the Audi R8 running down the rocket lane right now, 1074 with 128 miles an hour.
And 14.8, 94 miles an hour.
We got the guys from Eurologic. Of course, they were out here last week, ran a high 9 in this car. Still stock turbos on the car, but just been told by our starter they're running a passenger tonight, and obviously no mobiles can be up. It's like the road rules. Can't have them up viewing the run.
Well, Beamer goes through 991, 137 miles an hour to a 15.6. Yes. Yeah.
And then it's like, catch me if you can. All right, now Nardo Gray VT down there on the start line, out for another pass.
He's up against the Falcon.
Going off the previous runs, it shouldn't be too bad a run here. The Falcon this week as well. Goes 3.55 on the start line. 6.99, but the Falcon ain't catching him from there. 11.99 with a 5.
And 19.6 at 62 miles an hour, so not a really good run for that car at all. May have a little bit of a problem there. We'll get it back to the pits and get it sorted.
I think this is Stewie's Lexus.
Yep.
Down there on the start line.
Up against the sports wagon. Wagon, put a good pass in. Yep.
Catch the sports wagon here, Mark.
No, not at all. 10.4, 135 miles an hour.
Yeah, well, same speed, but he's dropped half a second.
Trana down in the rocket lane, up against the 1-tonner in the Aeroflow lane.
Mr. Spag. Yeah, Aeroflow flags definitely. He's down there, Mark.
Yeah, and it's running into a headwind too, so.
Yeah, Mark, that's Robert Spagnol from Shorty's Performance driving that Tirana and 1084 out of the car. I'll tell you what, have a look at this Monaro, Mark. It's got a big set of slicks on the rear end of it, and it sounds tough.
Yeah, it sounds nice and strong in the burnouts, Stu.
Sounds like it's got a big turbo or something. Or
yes.
Just one big turbo on the. Yeah, Adam's telling me it's dinner plate size.
Yeah.
Mind you, he's not come up on boost effectively, I don't think. 11.97 with a 6, 126 miles an hour.
And 11.2, 123 miles an hour for the Rocket Lane. We've got the Blue Falcon down in the Rocket Lane, up against the Commodore Ute. Same thing as the previous pass, smoke coming out from underneath the Falcon. Goes through 11.2, 122 miles an hour.
Now, Steve, you might have to get out a rope or a ratchet strap and tie Mark to the seat, because this is a VK Commodore that's coming out, and it's got a dirty big turbo behind where the left headlight normally sits. And it looks and sounds tough, mate. So can't wait to see that. Mark, you're going to get pumped, mate. I know you get pumped for Tiranas, but hey, a turboed VK, mate, with an 8 in it by the sound of it as well. It's going to be quick.
Things there, Stu.
Oh, yeah. I'll tell you what, Mark, we've got and Steve, we've got a fantastic amount of cars here tonight. And just to the racers that have just joined us, guys, just remember, up till 9 o'clock, we've got the first person to crack a 000 will be winning $1,200 tonight. And then at 9 o'clock, we're going to swap over to Pro Tree, and the person that gets the quickest reaction time on the Pro Tree is going to get a free ticket to Aeroflow Race for real for next week. So, hey guys, why not come out and race? That ute sounded sensational down here.
Yep, RPM is your friend.
Well, I used to know a guy, Mark, that had a ute exactly the same colour as that, and he had massive big pipes on it. I don't know if that is his old car or not, but I'll tell you what, it sounds fat. But keep your eye on this turboed VK. Radials on the rear end of it, and turbo. And in beside him is the Jaguar, the SUV.
Oh. Whoa. Wow, Stu, that come alive off the line. So I dare say the next pass on that VK, the guys will probably tame it down a little bit off the line, and we'll see that car put in a decent pass. Well, Cortina goes out a 165. $10.9, 124 miles an hour to a 13.5, 108 miles an hour. Just waiting on the Aeroflow lane. 13-1 to a 14-4.
Hey, Mark and Steve, I'm down here in the staging lanes and something has caught my eye. Now, Mark, you know I'm a massive Dukes of Hazzard fan. I love Chargers. Well, I can tell you, we've got a Charger that's down in lane 6. It's got a Perspex box sitting on top of where the air cleaners normally sit, and it's got a race number on it. So it's like the General Lee on steroids. I love it.
Yeah, it is indeed, Stu, and it is cranky as I heard it going into scrutineering, and it was just camming away.
I'll tell you what, I hope Les Pinkhurst is watching the live stream. G'day, Billy.
Hello.
Billy from BK Race Engines. I'll tell you what, if Les is watching, he will not want to miss this for the world. Pretty lucky tonight too. We've got the Ford Sierra RS500 here tonight. Haven't seen the car for a little while.
Steve wanted you to go and have a word to him to find out what the motor was in that Sierra.
Well, I can just about do that too, because they're just strapping the driver in. It is running nitrous in it as well. This is a genuine RS500, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. This isn't just a mock-up. This is an ex-circuit car. Just quickly grab the driver. G'day, mate. How are you?
Hey, bud. How are you?
Very well. Welcome back here to Sydney Dragway, Aeroflow Race for real. Hey, just quickly, mate. Just for the people that are watching around the world and here at the track, what motor have you running in this car?
Cosworth. 2-litre Cosworth.
2-litre Cosworth. There you are, boys. 2-litre Cosworth in the Ford Sierra RS500. What a great looking car. It's such an iconic vehicle, not just around the world, but in particular here in Australia. And unfortunately, Steve, I don't know whether you saw during the week, but one of the actual DJR Sierras, unfortunately, it caught on fire. So there's going to be a big restoration project on one of the Shell Fords.
Yeah, actually, I did see that photo, but I don't know if it was recent or if it was an older photo that someone had posted. It's often hard with Facebook to determine that. But yeah, it was definitely fire affected, I'll put it that way. Oh, okay. Adam's telling me it was on Sunday. So Lakeside had an event for historics up there.
Steve, Stu did catch up with the man. You heard it?
Yeah, I was listening. I was multitasking.
Okay.
So 2-litre Cosworth on board. So he's run 9-1 already tonight.
Yep.
Wonder what's left in it for an 8 in front of the time slip there. I wonder.
Okay, the THG down here is so quick. It's got the big N on the back window.
Yes.
Okay, the VF Commodore just gonna roll it out.
Yeah, unfortunately, not playing the game. I think that was the car that had some issues
earlier
when we first came upstairs. So let's hope the driver and the crew down there can get it sorted, get a number on the board. This next pass will be certainly interesting. I think both cars have run very strong. HG into the sub 10 second zone, 9.91, and the Cortina not too far behind. And I think the Cortina does the typical Cortina twist.
Yep.
Carries the left front.
Yeah, it has a set a little bit just to compensate.
Just looking at that Sierra in our staging lane cams coming out in the very near future. Massive tyre on the back of the leader. 1.5 to the 60 for the HG. A little bit of a move at around half track, but out in front, and a 9.62 with a 147 miles an hour mark. Wow. Drop. nearly 3/10 off the ET and picked up a few mile an hour to boot.
And 10.6 for the Cortina.
The Cortina slowing a little bit there on that particular pass, but the HG definitely moving forward. Leaving the start line, the Falcon in the Aeroflow lane, a little slow off the start line, but that doesn't matter. It does not affect the elapsed time that the car runs across the quarter mile. You can sit there for a day and a half and still run a 9 if that's what your car's able to do. Of course, the starter might be a bit annoying at you, but that's okay. 13.07 with the 103 miles an hour across the finish line for the Falcon, and an 11.64 with an 8 for the car in the rocket lane.
Well, we got the Falcon and the Cortina both slowly coming into stage.
I do like this Cortina.
Yes.
Looks really clean under lights too.
Actually looks like it's been preloaded. It's got the lean on the body.
I see what you're saying, yes.
Let's see how it takes off.
Oh, that was close. Wouldn't want to stay in that much longer, I don't think, Mark.
Not at all.
0.31 on the treat for Bilby in the Falcon. 9.76 with a 137 miles an hour.
And 12.7 for the Aeroflow lane. Yeah, that Cortina took a look at both walls of them.
Yeah. So you say preload there. Mark, just can you explain briefly what you mean by that to some of our crowd up there in the stands and those watching on the live stream?
So a lot of the suspension places will create its kit. It just looks like a stabilizer bar. So what it does, it usually bolts into the cage, or it'll bolt up underneath on your rails. It has 2 bars going down to your diff.
Yep.
And when a car takes off, if it's like the Cortinas and the Tranas do it as well, they will pick up the left-hand front wheel and twist up the body. So what you do is you adjust more weight on one side to compensate for that lift. So it pushes that front down. So when it leaves the line, it will just leave straight without that body twisting it, which you don't have problems with unloading back tyres, because when it lifts up that wheel, it will lift weight off the other back wheel.
Yes,
and,
on the high side, obviously,
yes,
yeah. And you'll then start to spin it, which then will turn you in the opposite direction. There's a grey HG with black number plates was out here on Sunday, and I'm pretty sure he was here on Wednesday night of last week too, and he twists right up, like you can nearly see the whole rear, the left rear wheel nearly comes right out of the arch.
Yep.
That's how high up it twists up.
Yeah, it makes a big difference. Our Trana used to do it, and it went down Rod Andrews, and he set it all up, and yeah. Okay, we're just having a quick little mop up just down on the Aeroflow lane. We got a bit of fluid down there, Stu.
Yeah, just a few little spots of oil down here, boys. It came out of the car before Joe's, we think.
Sammy Joe back out in Brian's car, and we got Eden out in the Commodore Ute. So Sammy Joe did run a personal best for that car, the previous pass, which her partner Brian is away, working away, and just was watching it via YouTube. Nice and strong top end. 10 for 147 miles an hour. and 11.3, 123 miles an hour.
I'll tell you what, this just oozes Pro Street. How good does this look, this Charger? Full interior as well, boys, on the inside of it.
Yeah, it's got a big ride under the back of it as well there, Stu. .90 150 for the Ford. And 10.2, 137 miles an hour.
Well, a big set of radials sitting on the back of Pro 74. He's about to take on the Porsche Turbo.
Whoa. Big pop out the back of the Tirana. 1.5 in the 60. 10.2, 133 miles an hour. To an 11.1, 123 miles an hour. We've got the one-tonner in the Aeroflow lane up against the FC Ute.
Two very different styles of utility racing on the racetrack right now, Mark. Now the one tonner was a little smoky on the previous pass. And again, up that left-hand side. It's not hurting the performance.
No, not at all.
That 10.03 with a 139 mile an hour.
Possibly could be a tyre. Getting up top end, it would stop torquing up as much, wouldn't it?
But it also grows in diameter as it gets more speed
that's
too.
true.
That's what I was thinking.
Or is it the width that's catching on the sidewall?
We certainly don't want to be dragging the sidewall on anything.
No, not at all. And those, it's got the full covered over guards as well.
Yes, the full tub.
Yep.
But 10.0 there, not a bad run. Of course, the Sydney Dragway track officials just checking out the Aeroflow lane once again.
Yeah, boys, it looks like a little bit of puke. For those people that are wondering what I'm talking about, it's when the methanol mixes with the oil in a tank, and it just has a bit of an overflow.
Turns a horrible colour of white. Tell you what, Steve, we might go up to the big screen. We'll take some words from our sponsors. We'll be back very, very shortly. Here, Aeroflow Race for Real.
Widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Shannon's is giving motoring enthusiasts the chance to...
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, 1 unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
I've chosen to use VP racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw kart driver.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
Bikereview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. Bikereview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. Bikereview.com.au.
Drag racing is not just about the horsepower. There is also some cool science at play right here on the racetrack. These drag strips aren't just regular concrete. We treat it with a special kind of glue often referred to as traction compound. I usually twist my foot and it's all... This is designed to ramp up the traction of the track's surface. It's getting worse by the minute for us racers to go straight and fast. In drag racing, every millisecond counts. That's why the teams adjust the car's setup to suit the track conditions. Teams can assess the traction on the track by using this interesting device called a traction meter gauge. The bottom of the device has a rubber pad that mimics a racing slick. To measure the track's grip value, the user stands on the base, ensuring the rubber pad bonds with the racing surface. Turning the torque arm on the top of the device will rotate the rubber pad. When the bond breaks, the user will see a number on the dial. Teams can then use this number to help create baselines for grip within their respective setup.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonrace.
Cleaning up. And we have one last car on the way down the racetrack in the Aeroflow lane before we get back into our two-wheeled competitors. And a 973, 143 mile an hour through the finish line. Nice pass there for the driver of the BA Falcon. Our first pair of bikes rolling up to the start line now. Range of cars building in the staging lanes. We can see on the staging lane cam out the back. 113 on the Christmas tree for the Aeroflow lane, and an 072 for the rider in the Rocket lane, who does take the win. 1089, 126 mile an hour. Where are you down there, Stu?
Yeah, just had a look at that Charger. It was coming past on the tilt tray. It looks like it's actually blown the right rear tyre out of it. So that's a bit of a shame there for that driver.
13.77 with a 9.98 mile an hour for the rider in the Rocket Lane. Next up we'll have Michael Riches in the Aeroflow Lane once again. Ran a 9.91 earlier tonight. Rocket Lane nearly got thrown off that there, swung the wheel pretty hard on the hip, but Michael straight away from the start line to the finish line, 9.95 with a 1 that time around, 134 miles an hour and 11.65 with a 2. At 138 mile an hour, the rider in the Rocket Lane recovered to, but pretty lucky to stay on that, I think. Our third pair of bikes rolling up to the start line now. Of course, we've got about an hour left. A little bit over an hour for our perfect light jackpot to go off for tonight. Of course, $1,200, as Stewie mentioned. Good side-by-side race, though. The Aeroflow Lane just getting there first by 200 to the second, 10.66. 146 mile an hour to a 10.58 at 144.
Well, the Volkswagen T-Rock down here. I saw this car down in the staging lanes, Mark, and I noticed it had a red and white number plate, and it's got a red roof and white body, and I was thinking, you know, this guy's got some taste. You know, he's a St. George supporter. Then it turns out he's a Sydney Swans supporter.
Mile an hour in the Aeroflow Lane between those two cars. Next up, we have the Ford Cortina taking on the Mazda.
Yeah, this little Mazda MX-5 from Pure Fab. It's got the roll cage on the inside of it. It's obviously used for a little bit of track work as well. Of course, the MX-5 Club, they do a lot of track days over the road and around the state.
Lots of RPM for the little Mazda. I'll tell you what, pretty quick acceleration from the 660 to the 330. 11.86 with a 0. 135 mile an hour. Mark, that's certainly not standard, that's for sure.
No way in the world.
If only it was stock out of the Mazda factory.
Yeah.
Like that.
How strong did that come on top end?
Well, Mark and Steve, if you've been on Facebook, you would have seen the My Plates ad. And coming out now is Kristen in her Miss N i30N. Great to have her here for Aeroflow Race for real.
And she's up against the Falcon. This guy in the Falcon is out here at most events, which is really good.
Yes. Doing what he enjoys. Hyundai will get there first here, Mark. 13.25 with an 8. 105 mile an hour.
That's really stout for a Hyundai, isn't it? 17.2 at 79 miles an hour for the Rocket.
Well, we've got a first timer that's going to be coming out very soon. For the first time in a long time, Mark and Steve, I can proudly say that it is actually a Skoda. We don't have a lot of Skodas that come out here to Aeroflow Race for real. Of course, one of the Volkswagen byproducts. They are a very smart looking vehicle, if I do say so myself. I've actually had a look at a few of them in the showroom, and they are very, very nice.
Not too shabby in the performance stakes either. 12.89 with a 7.1. 10 mile an hour will take the win.
And 12.5 at 119 miles an hour.
Next up, we got the XR5 down there in the Aeroflow Lane. Taking on the Commodore. Oh, no, it's not a Commodore.
Is that the Skoda?
The Volkswagen, I've just been told. Sorry to the driver of the Volkswagen and the Commodore people because I've upset everybody. 12.57 seconds. 12:57 with a 9 though. Definitely no slouch.
We have a VW Golf down in the rocket lane.
Keeping the Aeroflow lane honest. I think the Aeroflow lane out in front at the moment. It's probably going to stay that way. 12.95 with a 4, 107 mile an hour in the Aeroflow to a 12.80, 109 miles an hour for the Rocket.
Well, it's good to see another female driver behind the wheel of a car racing tonight. It's lady behind the wheel of this Knuckler, number plated AMG GT. First timer.
.11.5 at 119 miles an hour for the rocket lane to a 15.2, 92 miles an hour. Okay, just a quick little bit of a mop up in the Aeroflow lane.
Well, we got another Hyundai i30N. This time we got the sedan out here, about to take on the Silvia.
Well, 14.8 at 95 miles an hour for the rocket lane. So Adam, how's all the stuff going with your event, mate?
Hello, Mark. Yeah, I just thought I'd give Steve a bit of a tea break. Event's going well. Competitors are filling up quite quickly, which is confidence building.
Yep.
So we've just secured a couple of more vendors. So we've got 24 vendors so far. I think now it's just eagerly waiting for the 28th to come and
Yep.
get the event happening. I've done everything I can do, so.
Understand you've got some very big horsepower cars coming through.
Yeah, mate. A couple of very popular purple Lamborghini. Audi TT.
Yep.
A hot pink Lamborghini, so that'll be one we can't miss.
Yep.
But yeah, we're looking to have a top 32 in the country, so to speak. We'll put them into a 32 top shootout, $1,000 kitty.
Yep.
So should be a really entertaining night. As I said, we've got our drag racing on the beginning of the afternoon, and then around 6:30 cross over to our rail racing segment. So a bit of both worlds, everyone. So if you're interested in one or the other, or both, drag racing, come on down. Sora?
Yes. Pretty sure it is.
Great variety of cars here tonight. Lots of old school, lots of new school.
We have, yeah, we've got something for everybody.
Mighty Miatas.
I was actually just wandering down to the shop, and there's a nice yellow GDSR sitting down in the car park, which you don't see a real lot of them around.
No, you don't. Well, not real ones.
No. Yeah, there's lots of new ones, but
yeah,
not from the factory.
No. Let's get the BRZ here in the Aeroflow lane all staged up.
I just said to the driver boys that this is one of the nicest BRZs that I've seen for a while, this car. And it looks sensational.
So they done something to it, Stu? Is it body kitted or something?
No, it's a big body kit on it. From Yakuza Motorsport as well.
And 16.5 at 88 miles an hour.
Yeah, I dare say that's fairly stock with maybe only an exhaust on it, but I'd be very happy to drive around Sydney with a car looking like that. Now, Brendan Stableman coming out next, and here's Nissan.
Did he have an Audi before?
He used to have an Audi, yes. Yeah, then he sold it, and now he's got this. I'm still trying to think of a funny name for this car. So if there's anybody that's here at the track or watching via YouTube, hey guys, as long as it's nice, just let us know of a funny name that we could nickname this car. I was going to say, the Golden Nugget, but somebody might have something that's a little bit more creative.
So, Stu, do you know, has he, since he's acquired the car, has he done anything to it as of yet?
Well, he bought the car as is. I noticed he had a few issues with the car last time he brought it out. This is the first time the car's been back since he, in his words, stuffed it. So thankfully they've got that back. But I'll tell you what, from one nice looking Nissan to a beautiful, beautiful looking Mazda. This thing is awesome.
Yeah, it looks very sensational from where we're sitting up here looking down onto it.
Mate, that's Garage 48.
The same garage as 55 we saw earlier.
Okay.
The blue is in the red.
They must have a lot of blue paint.
He's up against the Golf here in the Rocket Lane. Looks like a 7.5.
Mazda has definitely got it over the VW on the brakes real early. 11.9, 100 miles an hour.
And a 12.0 at 111 for the Rocket Lane.
Well, Skyline down in the Rocket Lane. This VF Commodore. I'm not sure if this is the one that the drivers had a few problems with it.
Okay.
If it is the one, looks like he's got it sorted out. It's nice and strong in the burnout.
HSV going in for the chase. This is out there. Skyline crosses over the 13.2 at 112.
And 11.7 at 136 miles an hour for the V. Yeah, definitely big at the top end charge.
Well, guys, down here in the Rocket Lane right now, we've got a very, very familiar name behind the wheel of this car. Alex from Birrong Automotive is behind it. This is actually one of his customer cars. Now, his customer was driving this car last week. It is a front-wheel drive Honda. It's got a set of slicks on the front of it. Alex is just driving it, just get a little bit of feedback. Obviously, the driver is only new to the car. So as Alex explained to me, his feedback is because of his lack of experience. So Alex has decided to take the car for some passes tonight to try and sort it out. And as a driver himself, and quite a well-known driver of Japanese import cars, he'll get his head around it, and I'll start tinkering with that car. And I look forward to seeing some very solid progress from that little Honda Civic.
Yeah, it'd be nothing better than to, if you're sort of new to drag racing, for someone to take your car, sort all the little teething problems, give you back a car that is race ready, and you can go from there.
Gives you peace of mind if you might think something's wrong, and if you give it to them in their opinion that nothing's wrong or there is something wrong, we fixed it. And so it helps you mentally with a mind of difference to have an expert behind the wheel.
Absolutely, and they would be able to give you a few tips onto the way the car reacts, and so you'll be prepared for that.
Yeah, 100%.
You adjust your driving to suit.
Got a left-hand drive.
Yes.
Little buzzer.
Stewie had a word to the guy earlier.
Okay.
Come from Canada.
Oh, wow.
It was a circuit car.
Oh, wow. Very clean.
And as Steve picked out, it's got the bubble guards on it.
Mm-hmm. I was filming it earlier and then realised I was filming the wrong side of the car. So.
Yeah. Where'd the driver go?
So that what made me realise it was left-hand drive. But as I heard it before I saw it, and then I saw it and then didn't see him, and my mind was playing tricks on me. But we got the VY Commodore on the rocket lane. Just getting a quick mop up here on the Aeroflow lane before we get these two pair up. A couple of regulars in the YouTube chat. Cliff, Panelman, Costman, how are you boys? Give you a good night. As the Commodore's in stage, we're just waiting here for Mr. Buzzer. Was it RX?
100.
100, okay.
Yep.
I was way off. Gets himself into staging. Shift there. Regains it. Still comes around, takes the win. 14.6 at 97 for the Aeroflow.
And 15.6 is 88 miles an hour for the rocket lane.
The next Aeroflow lane, we've got a 1 Series BMW and a VZ. Looks like VZ in the rocket. A friend of mine has picked up one of these 1 Series Mark. It's got a turbo V6 and that little thing.
Okay.
So
that's a nice mistake to make.
Well,
Isn't
it was, yeah, wasn't really hyped up as much, and then we found out that we should probably keep this one. So
bit of a rarity.
Skyline here in the Aeroflow lane. Looks like you might have an issue here. Yeah, pulling over the left-hand side as we probably advise.
But in the meantime, 16.2, 85 miles an hour for the rocket lane.
Hopefully the driver here recognises the turn-off gate and we can get him out of here a bit quicker.
So it did just pretty much launch out.
Yeah, look, first to second, it wasn't happy after that. So,
so he will go out that centre gate.
Track officials here just inspecting the track, making sure no fluids were dropped.
We've got a really good turnout of cars out there, right up round the corner and down past the shop.
Nearly every lane's full. It's a good sign. Lane, the Naughty Boy sticker on the back.
BMW over in the rocket lane.
So much variety here. It's an awesome line to have it. We don't have to hit.
Yeah.
Smoke coming out the back of the VL here. Looks like it's not affecting the power though. He's still in it.
And 13.3 at 111 also.
Well, Mark and Steve, I'm currently up around the crowd, and I can tell you that gas-fired pizzas, they got the pizza truck up here, and I'll tell you what, those pizzas smell pretty damn good. And Denise is got plenty of donuts on the go. Great to see a good crowd here tonight for Aeroflow Race for Real. Big question though, boys. Who's going to crack that 000?
Well, I'll tell you what, Stu, plenty of people are trying. We've seen some really good reaction times, some in the green, some in the red, but they're all trying. That's the main thing.
Well, I'll tell you what, boys, we're, you know, I like getting up in the crowd because normally, you know, there are some pretty wild people here, and there's a young fella down here. He looks like an absolute car nut. What's your name, buddy?
Braxton.
How you going, Braxton? Enjoying tonight's Aeroflow Race for Real?
Yeah.
What's your favourite car, mate?
The black one down there.
The Mazda. Hey, you got good taste, mate. I'll give you that. Very good. See, there are Mazda fans, even the younger age boys.
Good crowd here for school holidays.
Stand up, Stu. Can't see it.
That wasn't me, mate. I'm staying out of it. Next Aeroflame, we've got the RX-8 versus the RS6. Dimitri here in the FDL plated RS6. Currently going for his record here of a 10:30.
Well, Dimitri going down the track now in the big Audi wagon. And I got a true car person. What's your name, mate?
It's Leo.
Liam, welcome to Aeroflow Race for Real. Do you like all the cars?
Yeah.
Do you like the bikes as well?
Yeah.
What's your favourite car? Have you got a favourite car?
The green.
You like the Commodore? Ah, okay. So we've got a Holden fan and a Mazda fan. The best of both worlds for that family. That's awesome. That's the best part about Aeroflow Race for Real. It's about the kids and the families coming out and having a fantastic night. Now, from Kids Corner, boys, I think we'll wander around and we'll go into Burnout Central, as we effectively call it here at Sydney Dragway. I love Burnout Central. It's great to see a lot of people here tonight that are enjoying all the racing. And of course, from 9 o'clock, we're going to swap it over to Pro Tree, and the driver or rider that gets the quickest reaction time will be winning a free ticket into next week's Aeroflow Race for Real here at Sydney Dragway.
And Stewie, just speaking about events, we've got Andrew Hawkins here in the Aeroflow lane.
He's chasing the Commodore, but won't get there. 12.6, 112 miles an hour to a 12.2, 125 miles an hour.
Yeah, so he's just acquired this vehicle, had a couple of months now, and just dialing it in. There is some rarity to that vehicle. Don't quote me on what it is, but yeah, being a mines vehicle, it's got a bit of trick.
I dare say he's, as he does with the Subaru.
Oh, he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, oh, jeez.
Oh, and a bit squirrely.
Totally out of shape. Yeah, they'll work with that car and it'll just get quicker and quicker.
Yeah. This guy on here takes the win here, 11.23 with an 8 at 139.
And 10.4, 134 miles an hour for the Rocket.
Casual 139.
Yeah.
A C63 here versus an FG. Delayed start here from Mercedes, but he's going to take the chase.
Very good. Why so center?
Rocket takes the win, 13.0 at 107.
And 11.1, 127 for the Mercedes. We got the two Commodores, the VX Commodore down in the Rocket lane, and we've got the Sports Wagon. Those great number plates.
Different colour going on with the Commodore, Lardo Gragan.
Yeah, it's not a genuine old colour. Doesn't look too bad in that colour.
Takes to win the Aeroflow lane, 10.42 at the 7 at 1:36.
And 12.0 at 121 miles an hour. Okay, we've got the Alexis down in the Aeroflow lane.
There's 3 Hustlers number plates here tonight.
Oh, is there?
Well, there's one on that XD or XC,
Yeah.
and then the Lexus, and I believe there's one on a VT or VX before. So there you go.
Yep.
Next pair through. I thought I was going crazy, but I have the proof I'm not. Well, not that crazy.
Not totally, anyway. Just acceptable crazy.
Gifted.
Yeah, that's it.
Larson takes the lead here from the 60 foot. Crosses the 1,000 and now crosses the 20. He takes the win here. 12.88 with a 7 and 110.
And 15.2 at 90 miles an hour for the Rocket. Well, nice strong burnout from both of these cars, the Tirana and the Falcon.
The second Hustler.
Yeah.
Oh, both of them. Chassis twist, thank you.
Both of these guys just wrestling these cars down the track. Tirana goes through 10.7, 128 miles an hour.
And the Falcon crosses over 11.82 with a 5 at 121.
Forward in the Aeroflow lane up against the SUV in the Rocket lane.
Pace here, coming up against the Falcon. Looks like he might be very close here, Mark.
Yes, indeed.
As the Falcon takes a win there, 12.0 at 113.
And 12.4 at 112 miles an hour.
Got that BRZ 86 up again, the blue one.
Up against the HSV wagon. Ah, sorry. Ute.
Covered
Close,
red.
close, yeah.
Covered red. Billy our starter, just getting these two put into the stage. Oh, 056 reaction and 082 reaction. Still neck and neck here. Utes is taking the lead here over the 8th. Crosses the line here, takes the win. 13.93 at 103.
And 14.6 at 98 miles an hour.
Well, you know, just casually hanging down in the staging lanes, and Brett Studgebury is here from Dialed In Racing. He's got the Commodore back, Mark, which you'd be happy to hear about. New computer, mate.
Yeah, mate. Motec M150 on board now. Yeah, happy days.
So tonight, just a little bit of testing for the car to see what the computer's doing, or are we going a little bit further?
Yeah, no, well, the first one we'll lay off it. If it all feels good, we'll lay off it and see what it does on the second, and see how much time we got this afternoon or tonight, and try running out the back door later.
Well, we look forward to seeing it, mate, because we all know what this car's capable of, but hey, computer could change, could go one way, could go the other.
Yeah, exactly right, mate. It's a learning curve for us at the moment. New computer on board, and yeah, like you said, first time out, could be worse. We'll see.
Mate, all the cars in the group are doing a great job. I mean, Aiden with his V8 Commodore on the weekend, just sensational.
Yeah, mate, happy with that. The car's performing well and it's consistent. It's it's a great bracket car for us. Unfortunately, losing with a 001 red on Saturday, but you get that. That's racing. But Corey got the win for Dialed In, mate, and yeah, super proud.
It's fantastic to have you here tonight, mate, as part of Aeroflow Race for Real.
Appreciate it, mate. Thank you very much. It's always great being here.
Thank you. Hey, Mark, from one Holden to another, one car that's about to come out actually caught my eye down the staging range. It's the Holden Monaro, I'm going to go on a limb and say the HK.
Yes.
But, mate, it's looking like a bit of a barn find. I think, it's probably needs a little bit of a clean, but it's still a great looking car. Interesting setup on the car though, very high at the front, very low in the rear end, and it is still running just a set of Pro Street rubber on the rear end of it, so more a street tyre rather than a full-blown track tyre. But the car in behind him as well has also caught my eye tonight, and that's 351 Weapon, this beautiful looking blue Falcon down here. It's got Grand Prix on the side of it. Might see if you can give a quick word with the driver just while we've got some red lights. Mate, what's your name?
Angelo.
Angelo, welcome to Aeroflow Race for Real. Mate, tell me a little bit about your Falcon, because it looks sensational.
Thank you. Nothing much done to it, just stock 351, just with a small cam, bit of headwork, and that's about it. So just out having some fun with it. So.
Are you happy with the way it's going tonight?
Not really. I wanted to go a little bit better, but 13.0 is all right for it, so I'm happy with it for now. So now we'll make it faster.
Well, mate, it's a fantastic looking car. It's a credit to yourself and your team, mate. Great to have you here.
Thank you. I'll be back.
There you go, boys. I'll tell you what, everybody's come out in force tonight. And, it just goes to show you too, Mark, and I know we all talk about yourself, Steve, Adam, myself, the strength of off-street drag racing here in Sydney. And we're very, very fortunate that we're able to live stream the event and go all around the world and really show people from out of New South Wales and around the world just exactly how good our car scene is here in Sydney. Now, bearing in mind too, guys, if you love Nitro, and you've heard Steve and Mark talk about this earlier, May 2 till 4 here at Sydney Dragway, we've got the Nitro Champs, which is coming up, and we've got everything here. We've got top fuel dragsters, top fuel funny cars. We've got Slammer. We've got a massive field of pro stock cars, which will be here. And I'm actually looking forward to that category. I went through some of the names yesterday, and it's very, very encouraging.
Coming back here, we've got racing back on now, Mark. We've got our red HSV versus the, is that a R8 wagon? Normal wagon. Okay.
Just normal wagon. Say just normal wagon because we don't know what. Just a slick beat put in there. Just a straight
He's ahead of the R8 right now, so.
Definitely got the top end. 12.7, 111 miles an hour.
To a 13.59 with an 8 at 107. Come back here to the, what's that? C63. So look at that. Very characteristic sound.
Yes.
Whenever I hear that sound, I always put mine in sports mode, have a look and see what's going on. Hey, Stu, if you can still hear us, mate, just out of curiosity, when you see Brett Stutchbury again, just ask out of curiosity, what's the reasoning behind changing computers in terms of performance gains and things like that? Mercedes here has this one well done. Crosses the line, 11.57 with a 5 and 123.
And 14.1, 105 miles an hour.
Well, Mark, I'm going to love and leave you now.
Thanks, mate.
I'm going to try and try out some of these gas pizzas and some of Denise's donuts. And two have a great night, and we'll catch up soon.
Well, indeed, mate. Thank you very much. We will have the Bushman back on, Mike, very, very shortly.
I'm here.
Yeah, that was very shortly, wasn't it?
Yes. I just took an opportunity to eat way too much, I think. But yeah, it looks like we've had some good runs down the racetrack in the few minutes that I was gone. Thank you very much to Adam for stepping in. Yes. As Adam just pointed out, how Renter Mustangs down in the Rocket Lane going through a burnout. Of course, be
It's going to be Rent a Mustang with a scratch bumper.
Yeah, so it's actually on loan from Ford Australia to Uniden, who is testing their drag mode data on their dash cam.
Actually, might if Stu's got his ears on down there, might get him to go and have a yak to him to see how it's gone so far.
Yeah, what they've got out of running the car down a quarter mile here at Sydney Dragway. That's probably not a bad question, Mark. Of course, as he said before, he's doing a little bit of testing for their product, and it'd be interesting to see what they've found out and if they've gained any insight or extra ideas out of whether there'll be a brainstorm tomorrow morning on some product development.
Hey Stewie, you're down there, mate.
Yeah, just down below you, mate. Just checking out this blue VK with the big turbo.
Hey Stu, we might get you to go and have a talk to the guys in the Unident Mustang and see how everything's going and see what the feedback is on the cameras.
Oh, a lot of smoke out of the Monaro in the Aeroflow lane. It started and then stopped and then just got progressively worse. So Stu, I don't know if you can hear us down there. Mark and I would like to know if you can have a chat to the people from Uniden when they're back in the staging lanes and see if you can talk about what sort of data or product development they've been able to brainstorm on the run so far tonight after doing their testing in that car from Ford Australia.
I might see if I can go me on the return road. Hey mate, just quickly, how's it all going for you? How's it all going for you tonight with the camera and everything?
Yeah, mate, everything's been going really well. So the car's performed. I'm looking forward to getting this video together. What a top night, eh? So many different cars.
Well, mate, it's great to have you here and also, you know, have the Mustang, especially the new body Mustang, because it's the first one I've seen. And to have Uniden here testing out their equipment is fantastic.
Thanks for having me, mate.
It's great to have you. Get some more runs in. If you are a Mustang fan, don't go anywhere because 9 o'clock we're switching to Pro Tree. And as we say in commentary, that's when we sort the men from the boys.
I'll tell you what, Stu, I'm a definite Commodore fan. That Commodore was just carrying that front high in the air of that car. Got a little bit out of shape towards the wall, but...
Yeah, I was going to say, it got my attention. It was probably less than a metre to the concrete wall, which is probably not what you want because he's on that side, obviously. So definitely the eyes would have been wide and half fixed on the wall.
It just launched out, and that front suspension was just way up, wasn't it?
going to go when it comes down to sometimes.
Yeah, I would really like to see a full noise pass out of that car.
Yes.
Well, we're not too far away from getting into some Top Fuel Street action here at Sydney Dragway.
Euro Muscle racing down the racetrack right now. That BMW already into the 1040s tonight. Let's see what he can do on this pass. And a 999 with a 138 miles an hour.
Oh, I should be happy with that.
Nice. Went 1.5 seconds to the 60 foot.
And 11.2, 127 miles an hour for the Rocket Lane.
All right, on track now we have Brett Stutchby down there in the red Commodore, taking on the Cortina down there. So the Cortina a little bit loose on the, was it the last pass? I think it was. Took a big step to the right on the hit, but he was in the Aeroflow lane. Car not happy towards the center line, and the driver stepping a little bit, and then back in the throttle and loose again. I think rolling now. Yes, 11.52 with a 5.71 mile an hour. Stutchby in the Aeroflow lane, 10.45 with a 148 miles an hour mark.
Wow. Yeah.
That speed tells me that thing should run 950s or thereabouts.
Yep. Yeah. That Cortina was very unsettled, wasn't it? It just left the line and then just, really got unsettled, and he out of it and then back into it again, and the same again.
Of course, our next round of the New South Wales State Championship Series will be coming up in August. And both these cars, you can see race in the Super Street category.
Stutchby in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Sammy Joe Johnson over there in the Rocket lane. Now we've already seen a PB out of the VE for Sammy Joe, which is her partner Brian's car as a way with work. So what does Sammy say? I'm going to borrow your car.
Instead of PB in it.
Yep. 0-2-0 on the tree for Sammy on this one. Going back to the good old days with the foot brake. Well, actually, she had a manual, didn't she? So
yes, she did.
Yeah. 11.09 with a 120 miles an hour. Stutchby with a 10.74 at 125.
We've got the Falcon up against the Ford, the Sierra.
Look at what time the Falcon ran to, Mark, was when you were grabbing some dinner.
Wow.
Yeah, so a 9.05 out of the Sierra so far tonight to a 9.73 for the Falcon down there in the Rocket lane. So this should be a good race if we can get some good reaction times. There is a little bit of a performance advantage to the Sierra. I dare say probably a little bit lighter than the Falcon.
Yeah, a couple more cylinders in the Falcon. 7 miles an hour difference in their speed.
1.37 to the 60 for the Sierra. The Falcon's not going to beat it across the finish line, but let's look at the numbers. 9.03 with a 150 mile an hour, very consistent in the ET, and a 9.89 with a 6 at 139 mile an hour for the BA in the Rocket lane mark. So down a couple of mile an hour for the Falcon on that pass.
Yeah, the Falcon's down about 10.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
The Sierra right on what it ran before, so very consistent, which not always what we see out of turbo cars, especially ones that are being pushed pretty hard.
In the Falcon up against the FC Ute. 10.4, 137 miles an hour.
Not a bad run for the Ute there, 12.54 with an 110 mile an hour.
Yeah. Great pass. We have the LX SLR 5000 down in the Aeroflow lane. This car has been off the line, giving a big pop out the back of the exhaust.
I'll tell you what, Mark, just looking at this car, you could almost close your eyes and you could hark yourself back to when Group C was around, mate. Tirana just looks sensational with the flares on it, the big rear tyre. And the interior, Mark, is equally as beautiful.
Pretty strong runner too. His best so far tonight, 10.24 with a 4. 133 miles an hour.
Yeah. That's a good pass out of that car. Just leaves the line, just picks up that left-hand wheel. Oh, 9.9, 136 miles an hour. Big improve.
Damn, we got some quick street cars here tonight.
Haven't we? What?
Seemed to do it easy. Didn't look like it was that fast watching it go down the racetrack, but both usually a pretty good gauge of how quick things are, but I think that got both of us by surprise. About 20 minutes left to drop that perfect light. And tonight, of course, the jackpot competition finishes at 9 p.m. each night. If it doesn't go off, next week will be $1,500.
Yes. 10.8 to an 11.0.
Next pair of bikes rolling straight into stage, bring those top 4 white lights on. Telling the starter they're ready to go. The tree will count down 0.4 of a second between each light.
Okay, just we got something on the track, or I think we're kangaroos down the bottom end, down near the Aeroflow sign. Whiteboard. Actually, we've got about half a dozen of them down there by the looks of it.
How good's your eyesight, sir? Oh, we do too, look.
Okay, so what do we call a group of kangaroos?
You want me to Google it?
Yeah.
Is it a herd?
A mob?
Mob. Maybe mob sounds more effective.
Okay, there you go.
See, they were just having a court session.
Troops.
Yes. I would have gone with mob. Both days of the week, I think, on that one.
I think mob's probably more known. Adam's getting some great pictures down there.
Lane here.
Actually seen that bike too move around just a little bit off the line. 10.6 at 135 miles an hour. Okay. Good to see how Michael's bike goes off the line.
Yeah, we've seen some pretty good runs here again. I was just looking at the flags. Seem to be very intermittent in their sometimes they fluster a lot,
Yep.
and then the next thing the breeze is on. So unfortunately, our race is running too much into a headwind from what I can tell. The flags
That was actually some really good shots, and you've seen how that back suspension just squatted as he left the line.
Yes, of course, that bike running extended swing arm, which in drag racing that allows the weight transfer to happen in a lot better motion because of the arc of the center of gravity, and therefore it makes the bike less likely to lift the front end. It doesn't mean that it doesn't happen, it just means if you're over the tank, you've got a lot less chance of it wanting to throw you off backwards.
Yep, which those big horsepower bikes, that's all they want to do is horse stand.
Start line, we have the Toyota Supra taking on the Ford Cortina. Assuming the Cortina is the six-cylinder model there, Mark?
Yep.
11.10, 125 miles an hour for the Supra. To a 16.4 at 82.
Put the VW down in the Aeroflow lane against the Falcon.
On the tree for the VW to a 222 for the Falcon. VW with the performance advantage though, and a 15.31, 89 mile an hour to a 17.7, 77 miles an hour. The Falcon in the rocket lane. Hyundai N moving out to the rocket lane this time around.
Has definitely got the chasing to do. Won't get there. 12.8, 110 miles an hour.
To a 13.36 with a 7 at 105.
And on this Mazda is very quick. His first pass.
Over towards the centre line at the moment though.
Just quite with it to bring it back.
And a 12.06 with a 9, 132 miles an hour. It's the speed there that's worrying me because the 2.360 footage is certainly not a representative breakdown of the run for what the speed is telling us. It's, to me, it's a low 10.
Yep.
Every day of the week. And 11.61, 114 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane on that occasion.
And 15.8 at 90 miles an hour for the rock lane.
XR5 there.
It's up against the VW Golf. .0, 118 miles an hour. to a 12.6, 107 miles an hour. Honda in the rocket lane, it's V-dub in the Aeroflow lane.
Not a bad 60 foot for the VW. 181 to the 60. That is to the first front block past the start line, of course, around about 18 metres from the start line, referred to as the 60 feet. 12.42 with a 3, 102 miles an hour.
And 15.2, 93 miles an hour. The Mazda in the rocket lane against the Falcon.
That's great.
Just got that coloured trim in it.
11.69 with a 9, 127 miles an hour.
And 17.6 at 66 miles an hour. Mazda's definitely got the performance to go with the looks.
Pound for pound in terms of capacity, rotary definitely. This one's above its weight. The back of the car went up 625.
Yes.
Backslapping, of course, because we know how hard the pack guys work with that machine. Constant development and improvement.
Yeah, they don't just hang back on their laurels, do they? No.
They certainly don't sit idle ever.
Yeah.
I think that thing can run a 5 and then they go, oh yeah, if we've done this, it can run a 5 9. Brayden Stewart's down there in the rocket lane. 5 seconds to the 60 foot. And a 13.67, 108 miles an hour at the finish line.
And 16.3 at 85 miles an hour. Well, VF Commodore back out again with a nice strong burnout. So the guys have fixed that problem. And that car is going well. And it's up against the VW Golf.
Well, fellas, I've been down the back of the staging lanes having a chat with Andrew Hawkins, and I've just been told that the mine's R32. They're going to take the car to Luddenham very soon, and it is a circuit car, it's not a drag car. They're going to take it around Luddenham, and Andrew's going to have a steer of it, and dial it in, and then of course it is back here May 24. For GDR Festival. So of course it's a 2-day event this year. It's going to be a massive GDR event here at Sydney Dragway. And then apparently they've told me that the car's going to be flown over to America and going to take it on some circuits over there. So exciting times for the Mines R32 GDR.
It must be fantastic to be able to chase the dream like that and run, overseas, because I'm fairly certain that the shipping costs not particularly cheap, but then there's also the time away from family, time away from work, etc. Plus the expense of racing it as well.
Yep.
Don't forget that certainly doesn't go away. That is an issue to find a sponsor that wants to back the idea and contribute.
Yeah.
Invest in the idea to steal Michael Richards. Punchline out of his speech. Recent awards dinner. That's fun. Friend, fellow racer and investor.
Oh, what? 0.010 red. No. 13.1. run at 109 miles an hour to a 15.9 at 92 miles an hour.
All right, we've got Alex back out in the Honda Civic. These guys had the laptop out a little bit earlier. Just doing a quick look at all the data. Just trying to sort this car out just to get it through that first 330 foot of the racetrack. Because being a front wheel drive car, a lot harder to get off the line compared to a lot of others. And a lot of smoke comes out of the VL. And by the smell of that smoke, it doesn't smell too crash hot either, Mark.
Yeah, mate, and a big puff of smoke out of the car when he backed out of it. That's getting heavier and heavier, that
Yeah,
smoke.
it's definitely getting worse. It did just that on the first run that it went down at the finish line. Now it's been progressively getting worse on the pass and comes out.
So, Stu, the Honda, is that a new build?
The Honda? No, it's been around for a little while, but the driver is only new to the car, Mark. So, as Alex explained to me, it's just his lack of experience in driving the car, and obviously what they want to do to it. Driver feedback is extremely important, and as Alex said to me, it's just the feedback that he was getting. The driver couldn't really explain it, so Alex has decided to jump behind the wheel of it, get a feel for the car, and try and get the thing, number one, off the line and through that first transition point to the 330 foot of the racetrack, and just exactly see what the car's doing by looking at all the data and also getting a feel for the car through the steering and the way it behaves. It does look like a very, very tricky car to drive. I must admit, the times that I've watched it from upstairs, and particularly from being down here near the start line, obviously those engines, we know they do make a lot of power, but it's trying to get all that power through those front wheels and get it to the ground.
That's the problem in it, Stu, that you do have the power, but you've got the torque steer to go with it that disrupts the car.
And of course the weight transfer is going away from the drive wheel, which does make it a little bit tricky, but we've certainly seen plenty of times when those little Honda motors punch well above their weight in terms of capacity for horsepower that's being produced, and that's why we see sometimes those crazy mile an hour speeds, but not the ET to match. Which of course, as I keep saying, that the true measure of horsepower is your mile an hour that you see at the top end. Like Harley last week about back down was saying that he's stacking on 50 mile an hour in the top half of the racetrack, which is
that's
insane. And he's saying that he's not even on high boost yet. So let's see what happens in watch this space, as they say.
Yeah, when they start talking about the amount of boost that they can put through them.
Hey, Steve, I watched a little bit of footage on the weekend, or during the week, and for a second then, I actually thought it was me up in the commentary box, even though it wasn't me. Mate, you just did an awesome impression of me when Pack Performance went 625 in the Mazda RX-9. I've never heard you sound so pumped.
Well, I try. It was a fairly big moment. I mean, you've got to back yourself on those moments, Stu, because it's all about getting the excitement and riding with the team. When you see that they achieve a goal that they work so hard for, not only in sweat equity, but also money that they invest in these cars to continue the development of them to run the times and speeds that we see them do. And also, they've had their fair share of knockbacks already with that car in terms of incidences and whatnot. So, it shows true resilience to run any car at the level that they do for so long.
Well, I'll tell you what, mate, watching that footage, you even got me pumped, and I wasn't even here at the track. So seeing that, and also just quickly want to say big congratulations to a fifth Mikhail as well. 5.7 seconds in his Toyota Camry, the quickest and fastest 2J in the country now. Still not as quick as an RB30, as I just got told with a giant smile on his face from Andrew Hawkins. I'll tell you what, that's a great achievement there from a fifth.
Well, Stu, we love anything 2J, don't we?
We certainly do, but I'll tell you what, though, I know it doesn't sound much, but as Andrew Hawkins said, you know, to go that next step, Mark, and catch the RB30s, you've got to get down into the 550s. So, Rob Marsden's still got the fastest Australian import record. And of course, as Andrew told me downstairs, you know, Rob and Croydon Racing Developments, they just don't want the Australian record, they want the world record. They want to bring it home here to Australia, where it belongs. And I think it'll only be a matter of time before we see the Croydon Racing Development Zeus have some power from the gods and run that number.
Yeah, I think we all want to see that, Stu. Like the guys, they're breaking so many records in different levels, and to be able to take that one home would be sensational.
Ask Bushy if we can promote.
Well, speaking about breaking records, on my way back here towards the start line, Mark, I had a quick chat with the driver of the white sports wagon, What Lag.
Yes.
And he said to me, "You love my car, don't you?" And I said, "Yes, I do." And he said, "Mate, I've done 2 PBs tonight already in the car." So he is stoked. He thinks there's still a little bit more left in it, which is always exciting. So we'll keep our eye on What Lag when it comes out again in the future. So unfortunately, guys, looks like we're going to do a little bit of a clean-up in aisle 1. We'll probably have to get the tractor out. So while that's happening, what we're going to do, I'm going to do a little bit of a walk around with the camera. So if there's anybody that's camera shy, bad luck, because, you know, I might just walk up to you with the camera and be like, "Hey guys, how you going?" You know? Like, you know, for example, like Ross, Ross isn't camera shy. Ross, one of our number 1 spectators here at Sydney Dragway, he comes to just about every event, rain, hail or shine, doesn't even drive, guys. So, you know, this is credit where credit is due. Ross, Aeroflow Race for real, it's going off tonight, mate.
It's going well, mate. There's some beautiful cars here tonight. It's going really well.
Are there any cars that have caught your eye?
Oh, mate, they're just about the whole lot, I think, just about. As long as it's not an electric car.
Well, you know, we've got a plug-in hybrid.
We've got to be competitive, haven't you? It doesn't matter what you drive. You said what you drive, you bring out here. And I like to come out again one day if I can. I haven't given it up, so I'm going to try again one day. Yeah? But you people must get sick of me coming here week by week by week.
No, we don't, mate. I'll tell you what we should do one night, Mark and Steve. I just had a really light bulb moment. Doesn't happen very often, but you know, I reckon when Ross gets his car back, I reckon I've got to get the pocket rocket out, and I reckon Ross and I are going to go head to head on the racetrack. What do you reckon, mate?
Yeah, but the trouble is, Stu, I'll be at the end of the track and you'll be still on the tree, so...
it's going to be like that, is it? Right. It is on. You heard that first, ladies and gentlemen. When Ross gets his car back, I'm bringing the rocket out.
Mute my mic.
Now, to all the people that are on YouTube, don't listen to him, okay? I go all right, you know. But we'll keep walking around. Adam's doing a fantastic job. Of course, we did mention earlier about the Eurofest, which is coming up. That's going to be massive. Now, do you want to put this camera on this beautiful car here, or are you worried it's going to crack your screen?
Purple roaming, the green audio rectangle.
What we're going to do is have a chat to the driver of this beautiful red Mazda. Now, they say red makes you go faster. I think it's more the badge rather than the colour. What's your name, mate?
Mate, Ronnie, and it's actually called Sunrise Red, Japanese genuine colour from factory. So, yeah, red does go faster.
Mate, you mentioned to me earlier tonight about the history of this car. And I mean, Mazdas in general here in Australia, you know, particularly with the RX2s and the RX3s, a lot of them do have a lot of history, but this car in particular, being left-hand drive, tell the people about it.
Well, this car was made in Japan, went to California, and then from California it went to Canada. And just like HSV and FPVs, you drive into Mazda and you could buy a flare kit and put it on there, and then race it in a group called Mazda Flared Racing. So it raced over in Canada, and I was fortunate enough to find it here sitting in the garage and got my hands on it and put it all back together with the help of a few boys, Tony from Rotor Talk, Andrew from Buildtech tuned it, Gary Mickliffe, Motor Trimmer, Robbie from Pendle Hill Automotive. So I had a few guys all put their hands in it and make some money, and it cost me a lot.
Well, most cars do. Now tell me, it's got a little 12A motor in it, and last time you brought it out, it didn't play ball.
No, last time I came out, it didn't play ball, but this time it's still not playing ball 100%, but we'll go back and check the log, and we'll hopefully tick some boxes and come back out and do a better time again. We'll see how we go. This will be my last pass anyway for the night, and much appreciated. And big shout out to Stu, everyone. He does a good job here at the Dragways. Woo!
Oh, thank you, Ronnie. That is very, very kind. Thank you very much. But, mate, it's a credit to have you here as part of Aeroflow Race for Real. Now, we've got an awesome crowd up here tonight. And as I always say, it isn't a race meeting without all you guys and all you guys here as well. So, big thank you for your continued support of Aeroflow Race for Real. And, of course, Mark and Steve, Ryan, Adam, our commentary and production team who do a fantastic job every Wednesday night and at every event that we run here at Sydney Dragway. We couldn't do it without them. And we're gearing up for the Nitros. I did mention May 2 till 4 here at Sydney Dragway. We've got everything here. Top Fuel funny car. We've got slammers, Top Fuel motorcycles here as well, but we've got a massive big field of the sportsman brackets here at Sydney Dragway. So you don't want to miss that one, guys. And of course, Top Fuel Street, we're very lucky. We've got a few of the cars here tonight that are doing some testing. And they're out here having a huge amount of fun. But most importantly, we've got a whole heap of great off-street drag racers here tonight as well who are doing the right thing, getting it off the streets, doing it safely, and having fun doing it. Now, at 9 o'clock, guys, as Steve and Mark have mentioned, we're going to cross over to the Pro Tree. So one flash of the ambers and then green. And then the fast person with the fastest reaction time will win a ticket to next week's Aeroflow Race for Real. So stick around, guys, to all the races. You don't want to miss it, guys. Be running through to around 10, maybe a little bit later. That's up to discretion of the meeting director, just due to the little bits of oil downs that we've had. We might go for a bit more of a walk through the pits. Might get a chat with the driver of the Falcon. Because it's not just about the fast cars and, of course, the older cars. We've got some newer cars here as well. What's your name there, buddy?
Riley.
Riley, welcome to Aeroflow Race for Real, mate. Tell me a little bit about your Falcon.
It's just a standard BA Falcon with just a body kit and an interior put in it. I've got some plans in the future for the motor and driveline.
And how long have you been racing for, mate?
I've raced once before, but I've been around it my whole life with my uncle and my father.
So what's your fastest time tonight in the Falcon, mate?
15.88, I think.
I'll tell you what, mate, that's not a bad pass out of the big wagon. Are you hoping you'll go just a little bit quicker with these cooler conditions?
Yeah, that'd be nice to see it a bit quicker. Try and get into 14s, but I don't think it'll get there.
Well, Riley, you're doing a great job in the Falcon, mate. Go out there and have some fun, because that's what it's all about. It's not just about racing and PBs. It's about having fun. Guys, we're going to cross back upstairs into the commentary box, and we'll be back very, very soon here at Aeroflow Race for Real.
Thank you very much, Stu. Of course, as you say, fantastic night going on outside, and we do have a number of events coming up here in the very near future. Of course, the next event following this one, of course, is the Good Friday burnouts, of course, and we all know how popular burnouts are here at Sydney Dragway, and of course Good Friday burnouts happening on Friday of this week, of course, Good Friday naturally.
Yep.
And probably one of the biggest events that we host here in terms of numbers and crowd and that sort of thing. So definitely a fun atmosphere will be unveiled, along with a heap of tyre smoke, the smell of burning rubber, possibly a little bit of carnage as well, because as we all know, the rods or rims saying, I think, rings true generally at the burnout comps, like much louder than it does here at the Aeroflow Race for Real. Of course, a lot of our big time burnout guys get their start here at Sydney Dragway on the pad, and the old adrenaline kicks in and want to go more RPM for longer and more smoke, get the tyres off quicker, and just like drag racing, the bug bites.
Yep, absolutely.
And, before you know it, you're running a 1471 on a big block that's happy to sit at 10 grand for 2 or 3 minutes.
And you see some of these cars that roll out, they are showroom edition, absolute mint cars. And these guys just
well, case in point, look at our slide on the big screen.
Yes,
it's an immaculate looking Falcon down there, and that driver obviously not too scared to get out and burn the hides off it. So if you like high RPM tyre smoke, the noise of screaming engines, whether it be a 6-cylinder all the way up to a big block, come out here on Good Friday and check it out. I believe Stewie's down in the staging lanes with a very cool looking R32 Skyline.
Well, guys, we're down in the staging lanes here, and of course, coming up in May, we've got the PRP GDR Festival, and next to me is the man who is in charge of the whole thing. He lives and breathes GTRs. Andrew Hawkins, welcome to Aeroflow Race for Real.
Thanks, mate. Good to be back. I've been overseas in Dubai and Texas and Japan a lot this year, so it's nice to be back at Sydney Dragway and racing on home turf again.
Mate, it is great to have you back, but also, more importantly, mate, it's great to see you back racing here in an R32 Skyline.
Yeah, look, my R32 GDR is actually still in Texas. I raced it at TX2K after putting a new billet block and stuff in there, and that was really wild. My friend Andrew Hannison from Legendary Garage, he built this R32, genuine N1, mine's replica, but Motorsports Mechanical. Mick, the mad scientist, made sure it has way more power than a circuit car needs, sort of like mid 400 kilowatt region. So it's twin low mounts, 2.8 VCAM, Haltech, 6-speed gearbox, 4.3 diffs. It's all set up for circuit, but we kind of went, makes a bit of grunt. Let's see if we can get it down the track. It's hard work, obviously four-wheel drive on our comps and short gear ratios and everything. So we're going to try a couple of techniques, see if we can get it down the track. But yeah, it's a cool thing.
I guess for those people that don't normally come to Aeroflow Race for Real, and probably watching around the world and around Australia, you mentioned being a circuit car, obviously not set up for the drag strip. What's it feel like behind the wheel? I mean, you've driven some very quick drag spec R32s, but what about circuit spec?
I've driven a few. I've obviously got a time attack car as well, so I know obviously what it's like to go from developing basic road cars all the way through to like sub-30s at Sydney Motorsport Park at World Time Attack. So I've got a pretty good gauge of what's what. The easiest way to explain this thing is like on a mountain run or like a tight track like Luddenham, it is just, it's a monster. It's designed for that sort of driving, like high response. Think of like the Mines 34 videos that people may see. But obviously circuit cars, they don't squat as much. They're a bit harsher. I've got fixed bucket seats, half cage. I've got circuit tyres, big brakes like this. But the whole idea is you want it to be super responsive. This thing's got a power band from like 4.5 to 9. Like it's wild. The short gear ratios obviously help do that. But, if this thing hooks up, you're changing from first to second at the 60-foot mark. Like it's very short. So, like, this thing's it's a really cool car to drive. Like, obviously some practicalities for daily driving are not here anymore, and it's a little bit too finely tuned, but at the same time, it's not a full-blown track car. We've taken this for drives on Sundays and go get coffee and go do a mountain run in it or whatever, and, like, you can drive it around, but yeah, the circuit, it's it's a hoot. Like, it's so much fun to drive on a circuit. It's where it belongs, but we can't help ourselves, right? We've all been drag racing and since we're 18, so we have to give it a go.
Mate, just quickly, because looks like we're going back to racing very soon. GDR Festival coming up next month. How's it looking competitor-wise, and are there any secrets that we should know?
We've teamed up with, obviously, COTS for the Friday roll racing. That's going to be big. We've got guests coming from USA. Tukes from Street Alpha Podcast is coming. Hiroshi Tamura, the godfather of GDR. Camp Dogs from Darwin are coming. Mechanical Stig. There's another 2 YouTubers I'm not allowed to announce yet, but they're going to be massive, including 2 cars we're secretly building to unveil. Croydon have got a couple of new cars to unveil and race. Obviously, there's plenty of big cars coming, man. It's going to be... We had 12,000 people last year, so hey, let's go bigger, right?
Absolutely. Well, mate, we'll let you get ready because we're about to let you go. Big thank you to Andrew Hawkins for his time. And, of course, guys, don't forget, look, put it in your diaries, the PRP GDR Festival coming up around the 24th of May. Do check it out. Make sure you go on to Facebook and look up their page because it's going to be massive. And, I mean, Mark and Steve, we know what their pro street GDRs are like, but, hey, the street scene, and particularly at that level, it has just exploded here in Australia. And we are very fortunate to have Andrew here in Sydney, who has been a big part of that to help bring it along.
I couldn't have said that better, Stu. It's been a very big passion drive from Andrew Hawkins. The event started out basically as a self-thrown birthday party because it falls around his birthday, and the event has just grown and grown and grown, and probably a lot more work than what he initially thought, but definitely worth it when he gets so many cool people to show up, so many people that come out to watch it, of course, and for all the different aspects of the day that happen.
He only wants more birthday presents.
Yes. So a card and a scratchy, you reckon?
Yeah.
Yeah, so definitely one of the more popular events here for the import scene here at Sydney Dragway. I'm sure Andrew is kicking into high gear as it's only a couple of weeks away now.
And from what he's saying, he's going to get massive. So yeah, which is great to see. Just promotes our sport more and more.
Exactly right.
And with all these YouTubers coming as well, it's going to make it a lot more seen internationally.
Yes, in a wider audience than I guess than what we're potentially normally accustomed to.
Yep.
So, you notice something a little bit different about the start line, Mark. We've now switched to Pro Tree, and of course that means we flash all 6 amber lights down there in one. So just like the top fuel cars do, or anyone else in our professional series categories, they get one flash of ambers on the tree, and it's time to go.
Hey there, Stu.
Hey, just quickly to everybody that's here at the track, you would have just seen Dimitri go down in his Audi wagon. He's gunning for a 10:33. So if he can crack a 10:33, that will be the quickest Audi RS6 in the world. And imagine if that happened here in Sydney.
Cool record to have, and interesting to see if he can achieve it here tonight. Back underway, and we've got our Corolla down there, the K55, the SR20.
Up against the Mazda.
I must say, guys, I know we've seen this car a lot over the years, the little SR20 powered KE from Garage 48, but this car never ceases to amaze me, and particularly for what the guys do at Garage 48 with their tuning. I don't know a lot about them, but from what I've seen here at the drag strip, obviously their work speaks for itself with what they're doing with their customer cars. So if there's anybody here from Garage 88 or anybody that is watching via YouTube. It's an absolute credit to your workshop for what you're doing.
11.8 out of that Corolla then, Stu.
129 miles an hour through the top end.
Yeah, that was a brilliant run, wasn't it? We got one of the Varillis brothers, Steve, going down in the Aeroflow lane.
That's Christopher Varillis running on through for 14.95, 94 miles an hour.
And 13.1 at 106 miles an hour. We've got the two Skylines. Skyline just moves around a little bit, getting close to the wall.
Still reels off an 11.50, 126 miles an hour. But look at the speed for the car in the Aeroflow lane. 140 mile an hour on a 12.2.
All right, we've got the Hustler, the Lexus RCF.
Might just get there, and does. 600ths of a second across the finish line. 10.05 with a 7, 138 miles an hour.
And 12.7, 111 miles an hour. Falcon up against the Tirana. Goes out at a 1.6 in the 60 to a 1.7 for the Tirana. 10.6, 131 miles an hour for the Tirana.
To an 11.30 at 122 for the Falcon. Picks up, we've got the Mercedes down there in the Aeroflow lane.
He's up against the Jag in the Rocket lane.
Brother was trying to sell one. Interesting.
12.2, 114 miles an hour.
No comment from the Supercoach.
Which computer?
To an 11.5, 128 miles an hour.
Lane out in front and should take the stripe here. 14.45 with a 198 miles an hour.
And 13.9 at 106 miles an hour.
This turbocharged Monaro not scared of a burnout. There was plenty of RPM there coming out of the water. Still see the smoke drifting through our shop. Out from the boot and everywhere else.
Coming out of the tail lights.
205 to the 60. It's like out of the throttle.
Yeah, as soon as that thing comes on boost, it just breaks traction. 12.4, 114 miles an hour to a 15.7 at 66 miles an hour. Definitely was a big back down. Goes 11 to 122 miles an hour. 14.0. Mercedes-Benz in Aeroflow lane. We have Mrs. Fry in the Rocket lane, the Commodore.
Just be Mark, we've got more and more station wagons coming up to Babylon.
Does seem to be.
This is right, we'll take this one out. 12.58 with a 112 mile an hour at the top end.
And 12.8 to 125. Lexus up against the HSV Commodore.
Lexus almost secretly doing that big burn.
Yeah.
We couldn't hear it. We could hear the Commodore for sure, but not the Lexus. But that's where all the smokes come from.
It does a good little burn out there because he just slowly brings it on and then just gives us.
It sounds like clutch in the
yes, it does, doesn't it?
In the rocket lane.
Lots of gears, but no benefit.
12.92 at 111 mile an hour. The Lexus in the Aeroflow lane there.
The HSV in the Aeroflow lane.
Wheel spin on the hit, but I'm wondering if something's gone amiss there. Driver doing the right thing, just stopping. If you feel you've got something leaking, just pull over to the side of the racetrack.
That's anything on the track there. Out of that car.
Looks like dusted one from what I can see from here. I'm looking at the...
Oh, they're picking up parts, I suppose.
Gets pushy to promote events.
I got it, Adam.
All right,
All right, so once again, of course, this Friday night, our Good Friday Burnout's happening on the burnout pad here at Sydney Dragway. If you want to come out and check it out, you can grab your tickets online or at the gate. It should be a fantastic afternoon of tyre frying action. Next up, we will have a Sydney Dragway test and tune here on Saturday the 26th of April 2025. And of course that's open to all teched cars here at Sydney Dragway. Good opportunity to come out and test, of course, for the upcoming Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs, which will happen on the 2nd to the 4th of May. It's shaping up to be an absolute cracker event of an event. We've seen some really good racing at other tracks around the nation, and I can't wait to see what unfolds. I know that the Sano team definitely keen to repeat that 368 that they ran at the Bend a couple of weeks ago.
Yep.
Definitely a time that's on a lot of people's minds, and we're hoping as a racetrack we can host that ET as well and have those bragging rights for the fastest track in the nation. Of course, not only Top Fuel, we will see Nitro Funny Car, we will see Top Fuel Motorcycle, we will see Pro Stock, we will see Pro Slammer, Pro Mod, and Pro Alcohol as well, plus all of our sportsman categories, everything from top sportsman all the way to junior dragster and junior drag bike. It's shaping up to be an absolute cracker of an event here. Can't wait to be involved in the production of it. Yep. And I'm really looking forward to it. So the 2nd to the 4th of May 2025 here at Sydney Dragway is the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs. Jump online, grab your tickets, get in early, and hope to see you here trackside, because as you know, there is nothing like being at the racetrack with Nitro. You can watch it on TV. It's like watching a concert on TV. It's not the same as actually being there.
Yep.
If you want to feel all your chest move and all your innards on the hit of the throttle as 24,000 odd horsepower gets unleashed at pretty much the same time, Sydney Dragway is probably the only place, definitely the only place in Sydney that you're going to achieve that same sensation.
It's the only place to come, and it just ignites all your senses in the body.
What else we got there, Ryan? We've got another, the Brasher Nats is also coming in 2025, and that is Sunday the 8th of June. Further details will be published very soon, but the Brasher Nats is another burnout comp not to be missed here at Sydney Dragway. As I said, it's June the 8th here, with more details to come.
All right, we're back into racing again. We've got the Chrysler up against this VT Monaro.
Smoke out of the Monaro on the right-hand side, and now both tyres. Doesn't seem to be hurting performance, Mark, so maybe another one of these cars that's rubbing the tyre. On the guard, 1186 with a 4, 135 mile an hour.
And 12.2, 114 miles an hour. It's actually, it's got a little bit of a old school stance to it. It sits down low at the rear.
Yes.
So maybe it's squatting way too much.
Maybe just the shocks if you can have that opportunity. Yes, Stu.
Well, Stephen, Mark, you were talking about the Nitro champs earlier. I just went down and had a look at Pro 74, that white and black Tirana that's down the back there. And it turns out, Mark, that Billy from BK Race Engines, he actually built the motor for that car. It's got a little naturally aspirated small block in it. And of course, we know Billy quite well from our New South Wales State Champ rounds and the big events.
Certainly no mean feat to have a 9-second carburetted or NA V8 in that car as a street car. Definitely his full trim and everything else. Like, wow.
Yep. Well, Steve, I think we'll keep our eye on this Commodore.
Oh, this is the one that carried the front end.
Yes.
Against the Cortina. Leaving fairly flat that time until it got to about 8 foot from the start line. A puff of smoke and a wiggle, and the driver back into the throttle, but not wanting to go quite where he wants to steer it every time he gets on the throttle, I think.
10.7 at 120 miles an hour, backing out of that and back into it again. So, and 10.1.
Well, Mark, you wouldn't have seen that from up there, I don't think, but I can tell you the left rear tyre on that VK Commodore, not only was it spinning, but there was a fair bit of movement out of that looked a little bit ugly, which probably why he had to pedal it just a little bit.
Yeah, we could actually see it from up here, Stu, all right. It looked very impressive. Not what you want, but he done a great job of pedaling out of it, that's for sure.
Old versus new this time around. New away first. Mercedes draws up alongside at half track and is in front by 1,000 feet. Of course, around 300 metres from the start line. 10.96 with an 8, 129 miles an hour.
Oh, and 12.8 at 109 miles an hour for the Rocket Lane. Mercedes gets cracking.
It sure does. Gets wound up at the top end of the racetrack. Aiden Stutchbury and Brett Stutchbury to do battle now. Brett over there in the Rocket Lane. Aiden in the VH Commodore. Aeroflow. Saw pretty big speed out of the Brett Stutchbury car in the Rocket Lane earlier. This time around 10.78 with a 9, 149 miles an hour.
And 10.8, 125 miles an hour. Friends on his way in tonight, and saying that his brother bought a VH body shell off the guys.
Okay. Nice. What's he doing here?
It's already been repaired, painted, ready to be fitted up. With a lot of good running gear in it.
Slimmy Joe out in front. And partner Brian's Commodore 10.90 with a 5. 123 miles an hour.
And 9.7 at 141 miles an hour.
Well, I tell you what, guys, I've been very, very impressed with this Ford Sierra 9.83 in its previous pass. Oh, so close to that 8-second region. The little 2-litre Ford Cosworth, running a little bit of nitrous in it. As I mentioned earlier, this car used to be a circuit car. It is a genuine Ford Sierra RS 500 and being put to good use here at Sydney Dragway as part of Aeroflow Race for Real.
Alright, on the solo, let's see if he can dip into the 8-second zone. That's 1.385 to the 60. And a 9.07 with a 2, 149 miles an hour. Very consistent there. That's a handful of car runs,
Yes.
time cards in the low 9-second bracket.
And we have the LX SLR 5000.
Just talking up that left front. A little bit of a screech on the tyre on the leave, but still a 986 with a 4, 137 miles an hour.
What a cracker of a pass out of the Tirana. That looks sensational.
To our motorcycles now. 2.95 reaction time for the Rocket Lane, the quicker of the two. The Aeroflow Lane having some issues leaving the start line on that occasion.
Yeah, just massively turning a tyre back of the bike.
Aeroflow Lane out in front, and an 11.39 with a 4, 120 miles an hour.
And 13.4, 99 miles an hour.
Shots on the start line there from Adam with the roaming camera, getting up nice and close to the back of the cars and motorcycles. 9.74 with a 5, 144 mile an hour in the Aeroflow Lane to a 10.14, I think it was. Solo run for our rider down there in the Aeroflow lane.
Sorry, man. Your mates put me up to this. 9.8 seconds out of Pro 74. That twisted a little bit off the start line, but you must be happy with the end result.
Yeah, a little bit better. I think Billy woke it up a little bit, so I was a bit nervous that run. I think when he checks it, I would have short shifted for sure. But yeah, it woke me up.
Did you feel the difference off the line in the car when it leant over?
A little bit, yeah. It was a bit more scarier, yeah. Yeah, it was good. It was good, excited, but we'll come back out again, give it a crack.
Absolutely. It's a good thing about a race car, mate. Well done. 9.87 and plenty more in it.
And thank you very much. Thank you.
There you are, Mark and Steve. Pro 74, there you are, fellas. Done for you, okay? No worries. Always happy to help. Back to you guys upstairs.
Thanks, Stu.
Crew members, Mark.
Track like there, just Adam walking around with the camera. It's just how sticky that racetrack is right now.
11.0, 127 miles an hour.
To a 12.66. 121.7 miles an hour.
Ford up against the Nissan. Back. A little bit deep. $14.9, 100 miles an hour even.
To a 15.96. 22.8 in the Aeroflow lane. Now for another pass to Subaru in the Rocket lane. Taking on a Mercedes. And 11.66, 121.
And 12.6, 108 miles an hour. The Honda up against the Mazda.
Start line to the finish line, 13.0 at 108.
And 15.9 at 89 miles an hour.
Mazda MPS down there on screen. Aeroflow lane out in front, and a 14.70, 99 mile an hour.
And 15.6 at 91 miles an hour for the rocket lane. Just mop up a little bit of conversation down on the rocket lane. We do have one of our track crew mid-track. If they've got problems with one of the reflectors down the bottom end of the track, or if we've got kangaroos down there.
Big burnout for the Honda in the Aeroflow lane.
And Leo right beside him.
Driving the wheel. Bought some spare oil because it's aggressive. Each time he comes to the racetrack, see there, as soon as he starts to smoke. Honda is smashing the limiter in one of those gear shifts there. And an 11.1.2 with a 134 miles an hour.
Wonder if there's a bit of an oiling problem with the turbo.
Yeah, I dare say a couple of seals have gone there, Mark, I reckon. Because it doesn't blow smoke from what I can see on idle.
No.
It's only when you up the boost in the combustion chamber.
Yep. So as it gains a bit of oil pressure. And then from that second that he's off it, gives a big puff and then nothing. Good time to put a bigger turbo on it.
Yeah. Rebuild? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
T88 it is. Is that even a big turbo still now, I wonder?
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
Like I remember back when they started bringing out the 88mm turbos, everyone's like, oh, that's massive. Which it is, it's huge.
Yeah.
But, you know, obviously we see different combinations out there now with turbochargers, and I think the 88 is still a pretty decent size, of course, but there would be people out there with a bigger size turbocharger, not only on the inlet side but also on the hot side.
Surprisingly enough too, like I was watching a couple of shows on them, and with technology the way it is, they're reducing the size of the turbo, but the pumping more.
Okay, yeah, so the impeller technology,
yes,
and the flow of the actual housings is allowing more efficient use of what air the turbo is able to gulp in, which is good because not everybody's got space in their engine bay for an 88mm turbo.
Well, you know, like especially if you want to, you know, hide one, you know, couple in a boot or up underneath a car or something, you can't fit a huge, massive turbo up under there.
Track crew just checking out the rocket lane there. Shouldn't be too far away from being given the all clear.
So we've got the big waste bin down.
Yes.
So for tyres, destroyed tyres
Yes.
and bumper bars and
yep. Engine parts, maybe.
yeah. Engine block with big breather holes.
Yeah, they're inspection.
Yeah.
All right, so we're back underway with a little Corolla down there on the start line, taking on the AU Falcon, I think it is, in the Aeroflow lane. But oh, the Corolla! We all took a big breath at the one time there. Went over towards the wall, and I dare say the driver's having a bit of a rethink there as well.
I think it is, and I can imagine the words he was saying.
Yeah, I think I'd be using those words.
Yeah. Well, 16-0 to a 17-1.
Well, guys, I've got a bit of bad news.
Yes.
I've got a little bit of wet stuff that is coming down at the moment.
What? Where? From above? Really?
We could have a few spots on the window.
So hopefully, guys, this will just blow over and we'll be able to get back into doing some racing as well. But guys, don't forget, plenty of events that are coming up here at Sydney Dragway. Of course, throughout May, we're going to be quite busy. Mark and Steve have mentioned about some of the events that are coming up, particularly Good Friday Burnouts. That's always a massive event, and unfortunately, as much as I want to be here, I do have to work. But you know, to all the Burnout family that are coming out, guys, enjoy the day, have some fun, but most of all, look out for each other. Of course, as Steve and Mark have mentioned, Saturday the 26th of April, we got an official test and tune, and I dare say that Steve, that will be a pretty full-on test and tune too. I think there'll be a lot of people that are going to try and dial in as best they can to our Sydney Dragway track. And then the big one, the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs, May 2 till 4 here at Sydney Dragway. We've got top fuel dragsters, top fuel funny cars. Everyone's going to be here. Everyone through from Super Street all the way through to the big bangers. And of course, the Rapisada Autosport International team, they've already gone 360 down at the bend. But imagine what they could do here on home soil. Anything is possible. So you don't want to miss that. If you haven't got your tickets, guys, make sure you grab your tickets. You don't want to miss out because it's going to be a sensational event here at the track. And, you know, no matter what capacity you're either working or you're watching, you don't want to miss it, ladies and gentlemen. Now, hopefully, guys, we might be able to get a light run on the tractor, but we do have a few cars that are couple of cars that are waiting patiently. So we'll just have to keep an eye on the track. What we might do is get a few words from some of our sponsors. You're here at Aeroflow Race for real. We'll be back very, very soon.
.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Are you a mate? Shannon's is giving motoring enthusiasts the chance to win a trip to one of the world's greatest motoring events, the 2026 Goodwood Festival of Speed.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think that little bit of weather has brought an end to tonight's festivities here at the racetrack. So on behalf of Sydney Dragway, I'd like to thank everyone for coming along tonight. I hope you've enjoyed the racing that we have seen. There's definitely been some pretty cool cars here tonight, and some unexpected performances across the board. So definitely enjoyed tonight. I'd like to thank Stu for all his work outside, along with Adam with the roaming camera, Ryan up here in the box, and of course fellow commentator Mark Thomas. Thank you for your company this evening. I hope everyone has enjoyed tonight, both at the venue and all of our viewers on the socials. Thank you once again for your comments and chatter on the live stream, and look forward to seeing everybody here hopefully on Good Friday for some burnout action.
Yep.
As I said, if you haven't got your tickets, jump online and grab them as soon as you can. It's sure to be a cracker of an event. If you are travelling away this Easter/Anzac period, be safe on the roads, take your time, and we hope to see you all here very soon at Sydney Dragway at one of our upcoming events.
And thank you, Steve, for a sensational night, mate. Really good. And everyone, have a safe trip home and stay safe.